Ladies and gentlemen, the forum will start shortly. Please take your seats. Your Royal Highnesses, Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, I am Noor Nugali, Assistant Editor-in-Chief at Arab News. It is a pleasure to welcome you to the second forum of the Fourth Industrial Revolution under the name Fostering Innovation Through Collective Impact for Sustainable Development. In an increasingly interconnected world, we find that innovation thrives in environments characterized by openness and collaboration. These ecosystems are further fueled by the powerful forces of global integration, which generate various opportunities for the exchange and dissemination of groundbreaking ideas. Through private-public partnerships, these ideas can potentially serve as a catalyst that bring together stakeholders from different countries and sectors to leverage their collective expertise, resources, and networks to further leverage innovation for positive impact on a global scale. This event will highlight how the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia is quickly becoming a global leader in early technology adoption. Our sessions today will explore these themes and how the Kingdom is building a vibrant innovation ecosystem focused on collaboration with global partners. We have an impressive lineup of speakers and discussions that are both thoughtful and filled with revolutionary ideas. If you couldn't come here in person today, you can always attend via the forum is live streamed on YouTube. Without further ado, I'd like to welcome to the stage President of King Abdulaziz City for Science, Chairman of the Center of the Fourth Industrial Revolution, the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, His Excellency Dr. Munir Dessouky.
Your Highnesses, Excellencies, esteemed guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning and welcome to the second Saudi Forum for the Fourth Industrial Revolution, held by the Saudi Center for Fourth Industrial Revolution in collaboration with the World Economic Forum and our knowledge partners from the Boston Consulting Group. Our gathering today signifies more than just a meeting of minds. It's shared exploration into the profound shifts brought by technological evolution. The Fourth Industrial Revolution isn't merely a trending term. It's a sweeping change, blending the physical, digital, and biological worlds, changing the very fabric of our existence. Whether AI, robotics, or blockchain, or quantum computing, if you have doubts in the past, what happened this year in ChatGPT definitely changed your perception on the threats and opportunities that are coming from these technologies. Saudi Arabia, under the unparalleled vision of His Royal Highness, Crown Prince and Prime Minister Prince Mohammed bin Salman, is not just a spectator. We're at the heart of this transformation. Aligning with the Saudi Vision 2030, our commitment is tangible, as exemplified by the national RDI priorities and aspirations. The proof of our dedication shines brightly, with a notable jump of 19 spots in the UN's Digital Government Ranking and over 18 positions in the Global Innovation Index in only the past 2 years. This growth isn't incidental. It's cultivated as seen in our leading roles in digital infrastructure and driven by corporate R&D spending from pioneering entities. And today, I'm excited to unveil our collaborative paper with our partners, The Principles of Innovation, is now available to all of you. I trust it will provide valuable insights. While we celebrate our milestones, however, we remain aware of the challenges of disruptive innovations. Balancing the vast technological landscape with ethics, governance, and security is our shared responsibility. In this mission, C4IR Saudi Arabia stands steadfast, ensuring technology serves our people, our values, and our future. Our collaborations span the globe with focus areas that are truly that echo Saudi Vision 2030, whether in AI, urban transformation, data policy, and more. Today, as you explore fostering innovation through collective impact of sustainable development, I invite you not just to listen, but to engage, challenge, and co-create. Your insights are a catalyst for change. Thank you all.
Thank you so much, Dr. Munir, for your enlightening words. Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to turn your attention to the screen. Being displayed now is a Principles of Innovation paper published by the Center and their partners. We will now listen to a recorded message from the President of the World Economic Forum, Mr. Borge Brande.
Dear esteemed ministers, dignitaries, and participants, it is my great pleasure to welcome you to the second Saudi Forum for the Fourth Industrial Revolution, where you will engage in a dynamic set of sessions on critical technology areas and on this year's theme of fostering innovation through collective impact for sustainable development. This is such an important issue because the world is now at the halfway point in the 2030 agenda, but just 12% of the Sustainable Development Goals are on track. There is an opportunity here because we know that innovation can be an important accelerator for the Sustainable Development Goals. 2/3 of the Sustainable Development Goals, the SDGs, can be bolstered by technological innovation, and Saudi Arabia is at the forefront of unlocking this potential. Since the last Saudi Forum in 2021, the Kingdom has only continued to be a pioneer in innovation and technology in the region and globally, setting an ambitious yet critical agenda in the Kingdom's 2030 vision. Through commitment to innovation and sustainability, Saudi Arabia is poised to build vibrant and lasting growth. I have seen this commitment firsthand several times during the last years. In my recent visit to the Kingdom earlier this year, the World Economic Forum and the Kingdom furthered its successful and very collaborative relationship in line with the 2030 vision. We advanced the work of the Markets of Tomorrow Accelerator, an innovative platform that is connecting experts and partners from the public and private sector to identify and unlock new innovation markets, walking the talk. This comes on top of the Kingdom's commitment to the Center for the Fourth Industrial Revolution, C4R Saudi Arabia. We're very proud about this center, and the center is a global platform really for multi-stakeholder collaboration on unlocking the benefits of frontier technologies. Our center serves as a trusted space where leading technology companies, dynamic startups, and policymakers from national and international level can collaborate to develop the agile policy norms and create the partnerships needed to stimulate the enormous potential of technology and deliver rapid growth and generate sustainable, positive impact for all, making the technologies work for humankind. Collaboration between the public and private sectors is vital for developing policies that enable innovation to thrive in a very responsible way. Because only by having leaders from business and government work together can we maximize benefit and reduce risk. Today's event is testament that we see this partnership taking place. The World Economic Forum remains committed to the ambition of Saudi Arabia. It is my hope that you leverage the discussion today to mobilize action for sustainable and positive impact for us all in line with this ambition. I wish you all a very fruitful day of discussions. Shukran. Thank you.
We start our first session of the day with an exciting fireside chat, accelerating the transformation and growth of manufacturing in KSA. This session aims to shed light on the challenges and opportunities associated with industrial clusters, showcasing their pivotal role in realizing the goals outlined in Vision 2030. Let's welcome to the stage His Excellency Minister of Industry and Mineral Resources, Mr. Bandar Al-Kharif. Moderating the session is Managing Director of the Center for the Fourth Industrial Revolution, Dr. Basma Al-Bahiran.
Assalamu alaikum. Your Royal Highnesses, Excellencies, distinguished guests, and participants, and a very good morning to you all at this fireside chat, accelerating the transformation and growth of manufacturing in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. It's a pleasure to have you all here today as we delve into the exciting possibilities that lie ahead for the manufacturing sector in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. Manufacturing has always been a cornerstone of economic development, and today we find ourselves at a new era where emerging technologies such as artificial intelligence, robotics, additive manufacturing, and the Internet of Things are revolutionizing the manufacturing landscape. The Fourth Industrial Revolution presents us with unprecedented opportunities to drive innovation, enhance productivity, and create sustainable growth. Saudi Arabia, with its Vision 2030, has set ambitious goals to diversify its economy and reduce its reliance on oil. The manufacturing sector plays a critical role in achieving these objectives, as it has the potential to not only create jobs, but also attract investments and contribute significantly to the kingdom's GDP. By embracing the innovations of emerging technologies, the kingdom can position itself as a global leader in advanced manufacturing and also drive economic transformation. And today, we have the privilege of engaging in a fireside chat with His Excellency, Minister Bender Al-Khrayef, Minister of Industry and Mineral Resources, where we will explore the opportunities that lie ahead, discuss strategies to foster innovation, and identify key areas where emerging technologies can be leveraged to accelerate the growth of the manufacturing sector in our beloved Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. So I'd like to express my gratitude to His Excellency for his valuable time and for accepting this invitation to share with us his valuable insights. And your presence here, Your Excellency, is a strong testament to your commitment to driving innovation and fostering the growth of manufacturing in the Kingdom, as well as your continuous support for the Center for Fourth Industrial Revolution, Saudi Arabia, C4IR, KSA, to achieve its objectives. And so without further ado, let's begin our fireside chat and embark on a journey of innovation and collaboration. So I'd like to start off, Your Excellency, by first asking you formally spoke about the role of innovation and technology in manufacturing when you launched the National Industrial Strategy and in your participation at Davos 2023. So can you tell us, Your Excellency, what are the main initiatives that your ministry is leading to promote innovation and technology in the manufacturing sector, and how will these initiatives actually help the ministry achieve its goals?
Thank you, Basma. And first of all, I would like to express my appreciation for the center and also congratulate the center for the great activities it has been able to achieve in a very short term. I think this center by itself is a true demonstration of how, as a government, we are looking at the innovation ecosystem as a whole and how this contribution is key to offering a center that allows stakeholders to be involved, engaged, and work together towards the targets. Partnering with the WEF also is another way of showing how serious we are of picking our partners, serious partners who are here to help us achieve our goals and ambitions in a timely manner. So I would like to express my great appreciation for the center and also for the garage being also a nice place to host young entrepreneurs, great ideas. I have been promising Dr. Munir to visit many times. I pass by every day going back home, so I'm grateful that I had this chance to come here. Our industrial strategy is all about great ambitions, taking the country from where it is today. We have been building an industrial sector in the last 50 years based on our great natural resources of oil and gas, mainly petrochemicals. We've been able to be a major player in the petrochemical global market. Also, we have been able to create a manufacturing base to address our local needs in food security, pharmaceuticals, and so on. And probably most of you remember during the COVID, we were proud to be one of the least countries who have been affected by the pandemic as a result of this industrial base. Vision 2030 is all about taking this industrial base to the next level. How can we expand our economical complexity, our industrial complexity, to diversify our economy? How can the sector actually contribute in the main objective of the vision, which is diversifying our economy? And definitely manufacturing and mining are key cornerstones of diversification in the Saudi economy. Now, the ambition is so huge, and therefore, it is very important to ensure that we bet on the right path to take us to these ambitions. And that's why we are actually betting on technology, in innovation, in advanced manufacturing, in the different applications that will actually allow us to jump to our targets much faster than normal. But it's a journey that the country has to take as a whole. It cannot be looked at as a sectoral direction. So we are also blessed that the overall vision puts a lot of emphasis on building the right infrastructure, digital infrastructure, I mean, building the right regulation, the right ecosystem that allows all sectors connected to adopt new technologies, adopt advanced manufacturing, AI, 3D printing, and so on. So the collective effort of the different government entities, initiatives, are actually leading to create a great foundation for manufacturing to pick up and to utilize all of these efforts as a whole. In manufacturing, we have a saying, safety and quality is the responsibility of everybody. And I say also, innovation is the responsibility of everybody. So the efforts that we are doing as a collective government is leading to creating that kind of platform. On top of this, we are also blessed with so many advantages that will allow us to put more effort and get more out of innovation, get more out of advanced manufacturing. And mainly, I think the most important asset that we have is our people. The young population of Saudi Arabia, who are well educated, tech savvy, are really equipped to take this opportunity and take the industrial sector to where we want it to be much faster than anybody else. We are blessed that as a country, we don't feel competition between the human capital and machines or innovation in general or advanced manufacturing specifically. In some countries where populations are larger, where they have an issue of finding jobs, it becomes a very critical decision for governments to move which direction. Here, we are glad that our demographics allows us to really bet on technology, bet on innovation. The other advantage is what we have seen, the change in manufacturing in the last 20-25 years towards more lighter manufacturing, more dependence on software, more dependence on smaller scale capabilities, which will allow us to bring facilities and do products that would normally would not be possible because of the scale of our market. So that's another advantage that we see that will bring valuable investments to the country, which will allow the country and its view to be at the forefront of innovation. We definitely will have to acquire a lot of technologies today, but I'm certain that in no time we will be able to add value to these acquired technologies through the innovation that we will add, through the different challenges that we have as a market, as a country, and therefore the ecosystem that is being built so far is allowing Saudi Arabia to do much more than any country, I would say, today globally. And this is not only in manufacturing, even in mining we see great opportunities in mining to be adopted to create a much more sustainable mining sector, more safer mines, more environmental friendly and more productive mines. So putting this all together, we see great opportunity and great value, and I think that probably addresses the question.
Thank you, Your Excellency. So you mentioned a couple of very important, I think, levers or enablers, such as a digital infrastructure, regulations, ecosystem, and most importantly, talent is at the heart of all of this. And you did refer to, Your Excellency, that the ministry and within the National Industrial Strategy, there are many initiatives that are part and parcel of that. So I'm wondering, Your Excellency, can you maybe shed a little bit more light on the initiatives that the ministry is working on to promote innovation and technology in the ecosystem, just a bit more specifically? And if you can, Your Excellency, also provide us with some specific examples of manufacturing projects that are changing the industrial and manufacturing landscape. And there was a recent one that we all heard about. And if you can also tell us what role do they actually play in helping us diversify the economy of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia?
I will probably address the question through two angles. One is the existing today industrial base. When we looked at our industrial base today, we realized that this industrial base, for it to actually be able to create momentum and with regards to bringing the right technologies, bringing the right partners in the market who will actually be able to help the sector, we created a program called Future Factories Program. This program is intended to bring 4,000 factories to adopt this for industrial revolution applications, different business models and systems, software, hardware, and so on, to ensure that we have an industrial base that has enough capacity to be able to connect with each other, help each other, because at the end of the day, factories are complementing each other. So an upstream plant would supply to a midstream and then to a downstream, and then you have the logistics and the distribution and so on. So this is a major initiative that will allow the sector to create this platform. And this is targeting existing capabilities, upgrading the existing capabilities to be more automated, to be more geared to connect with others, with not only within the plant of the different equipment and machinery, but also with suppliers, with customers, with logistics, and so on. And so this is to create that kind of momentum, that kind of scale that will allow also service providers, solution providers to be present in our market, looking at our market to be an interesting market to be present in. And then we have the new installations. New investments are all looked at in what kind of business model is used, what kind of technology, what kind of applications that are being used. Are we actually really investing in the right technology, in the right solution? And this is a discussion between the ministry and its various ecosystems, depending which project and what kind of product it's intending to produce, and the investor himself, because the investor need to also understand that this is the future we are looking for. Yes, we are very desperate to have every real put in industrial sector, but also we are mindful that every real put in the sector need to also ensure it is aligned with our targets for the future. So with regards to large investments, for example, they are handled by the industrial center, where the different verticals are looked at. We know exactly what are the trends, which is the right technology, and so on, so we can, together with the investor, be able to choose the right direction. On the other hand, the financing arm of the ecosystem, which is the SIDF, is also looking closely on the investment itself, the kind of technology to ensure that we are also putting our money in the right investment. So this is to cater or to ensure that even new installations, new investment coming in are aligned with what we are doing. On the other side, we believe that for investment to come to be able to start a business in our country, we need to work on also the regulatory framework, which is a main contributor to allow investments to come, including cybersecurity, for example. Also, in the industrial cities, we have a program to create industrial cities that are smart, that are cities that more or less it's a plug and play, where people can come, they can be able to start their business much faster, and also ensure that the infrastructure is ready to accommodate whatever solution they choose. These smart cities will also attract the right partners, because at the end of the day, you need to ensure that the software is here, the hardware is here, and most importantly, the people who will help the different investors purchase these solutions are here, they are here to help, and so on. Finally, what we see is the overall value of all of these efforts. We have multiple values in the activities. So from the investment itself, where we will definitely create more competitive products, more efficient, and more profitable, hopefully, that will allow them to grow. On the level of the different clusters, then we will be able to create complete clusters that actually help each other to localize, to have higher level of local content, use more materials that are within the country, and on a national level, the amount of saving that we will have in the different activities, streamlining the work between the different capabilities is tremendous. If we just take an example of how much spare parts stock is costing the sector or even the country in general. It's today, with advanced manufacturing solutions, you can actually reduce the amount of time of response to provide spare parts or services or so on tremendously. That amount of money that's going to be reduced will definitely be reinvested in the sector or in the services around it. So these are the efforts. We are looking at this as a holistic view, and the good news is, again, this is all integrated in so many other efforts that is being done by other ministries like the information or IT or CACST or other government initiatives to ensure that the overall ecosystem is working in perfect, I would say, synchronization to give us or maximize our economic return on betting on technology.
Thank you, Your Excellency. So you mentioned a couple of very key and important, I would say, words. Cluster development and localization and developing smart industrial cities. And you also spoke about looking at the entire value chain, looking at things very holistically. So these are so many initiatives that the ministry is looking at and undertaking. But I'm wondering, Your Excellency, can you perhaps tell us what are the innovation opportunities that Your Excellency sees that the Kingdom would need to focus on in the coming several years, let's say maybe 2025, 2030 and beyond?
I think it's, before I talk about what kind of innovation I think would be the future, I would just give an example. When I started in the ministry and we were looking at automotive sector, for example, and Saudi Arabia is the largest consumer of automotive that doesn't have a local manufacturing. So there's a lot of pressure, you can imagine, on the ministry to decide the direction. But at the same time, what really struck me is that this pressure is only to choose the right direction and not just to choose any direction. Because it was a critical time. Do we go EV or we go ICE? So 4 years ago, the debate was still not finalized, but yet we finally came to the conclusion that we are betting on the future. And that's why when we embarked on the automotive sector, we created an automotive cluster that is focusing on EVs, focusing on the future, focusing on advanced manufacturing, on technology, and not looking at the past. Today in Cake, we are actually creating this cluster where Lucid have actually started their first phase of production of their Lucid brand. And next to that will be Sear, which is our national company. And we are also about to announce a third OEM, large OEM. This cluster is intended to bring the OEMs, because you need the OEMs who are fundamentally important to create that cluster. They will then bring the adjacent suppliers, tier 1, tier 2 suppliers, the different services and so on. And that's when you have the right scale to be able to go to the innovation part. And I'm sure that while acquiring technologies, while acquiring different capabilities, we will be able to create our own innovation, even in sectors where today we see ourselves behind, such as automotive. When we look at the opportunities that we have as a country, I see two major enablers or directions of innovation. One is our core needs. Today we are a country, probably the largest country, who use desalination as a source of providing water for our citizens. It's a key and critical part, and that's where I see innovation coming, because if we didn't do it, I wouldn't imagine somebody else would do it, because we have a need. So our needs of creating will be a fuel for the innovation part of the direction. The other pillar of direction towards our innovation, I would say evolution, would be our local, natural resources in oil and gas and metals. So I imagine Saudi Arabia could play a great role in material development, for example. Today, metals are becoming more and more critical. It is very hard to imagine how much or how can the global community is able to provide the right quantities of minerals to address the different growth in net zero targets, in manufacturing, in so many activities. So it's very important to look at, okay, how can we develop the material usages to be, to get more with less. So materials is very important. In the polymers, for example, 3D printing today is going to be key. So I see Saudi Arabia becoming a global player in developing materials, different components, different materials, to allow 3D printing and additive manufacturing to be what it should be in terms of scale, in terms of percentage of offering to the market as an alternative. So this is I think is a key component, and it is in line with what we are actually doing. It is in line also with our vision targets. It is in line with our ambition to make Saudi Arabia a logistical hub where what we produce doesn't have to be consumed in our market. We have access to different markets. We have a great location where we can reach different markets, where we have a great location where we see different capabilities coming to Saudi Arabia, not only for our oil and gas, which will continue to be a major attraction, but our energy transition and mix, our material availability, our mineral availability, and so on. So these are the areas which are clear, and I think the RDI ecosystem already put these things into perspective and into action. We just need to move ahead with the actual innovation.
Thank you, Your Excellency. And maybe if we can perhaps build on the topic of advanced materials. And at the beginning of our conversation, you mentioned the mining sector. So perhaps, Your Excellency, if you can tell us, what is the role of the mining sector when it comes to innovation and advanced technologies?
I mean, personally, I came to the ministry really knowing almost nothing about mining, and even our Vice Minister Khalid al-Mdafir, when I asked him, you need to teach me about mining, he said, it's very easy, just dig a hole and take the material. So it's a very, mining is a sector that has very bad reputation globally. It is a sector where it fell in the trap of being a sector that didn't develop, didn't show great social and economic impact for the countries that actually had the resources. And Saudi Arabia have a great opportunity to change this mindset, and we have been able to do so very quickly, actually. I mean, if we look at today, what Ma'adin have done in the aluminium, for example, from a social impact, Wa'ad al-Shamal is today something different than what it used to be 20 years ago, in terms of the development, in terms of the education, in terms of the facilities that has been created, in terms of the engagement of the community. On the other hand, we have shown that it is possible to actually add value inside the country. Today, I would say 60 to 70% of our aluminium is exported as high value products, going to automotive, going to packaging, and hopefully very soon going to even to aviation. This shows how a true commitment, a very good plan, can turn mining into a sector where it brings value to the industry, to the social community, while also being mindful of the environment. What is more exciting to see, in this year's Future Mineral Forum in January, we decided to invite solution providers, innovative ideas for mining, and we called it a tech zone for mining. Personally, I was very surprised to see such simple solutions, creative solutions, innovative solutions that will do major change in mining. Again, from making mines more safer, more productive, getting the best out of the minerals, and with less impact on environment. So, and that's why from that angle, it is just going to open great opportunities. The amount of interest we have seen, even I was very surprised to see even global players, and this is, mining is a small club. Probably 20 large companies dominate more or less most of the activities globally. I was actually surprised. Many of these companies knew very little about these innovations and if they existed and how. And now we see that Saudi Arabia is fostering these technologies, allowing for them to be used in real life applications. On the other side, when I talked about materials today, the ability of Saudi Arabia to develop materials, if we just take additive manufacturing, is enormous. In metals, there is so many opportunities in different parts and components for almost all industrial activities, from machinery equipment to automotive to oil and gas to aviation to satellite and so on. So it's broad range of products that can be developed. And on the other end also with polymers, with plastics and so on. Today, if we take an EV car, the components between metals and plastics and polymers, I mean, that is the majority of an EV car. Add to that the battery itself, where we also are blessed with so many minerals and components that are within the country. You can understand the scale that this mining sector can bring to the table. The beauty about linking also mining with material is that today there is no way we can imagine with traditional methodologies that we will be able to satisfy the global needs of just net zero targets. We will not be able to do it unless we are creative of how to get more in renewables, the amount of metals that are needed both in solar and wind. So we just have to do the math. So I'm really confident, and I see what we probably need to do is focus on how we can ensure that there is the research being done to cultivate these activities, to ensure that they are it is happening, because the market is there and the need is there. We just need to do the science and ensure that it is cultivated and it is promoted to move from one stage to another to reach to a commercialization stage.
Thank you, Your Excellency. And my final question to Your Excellency is, you spoke earlier about the different incentives and levers that the government is working on to help in promoting manufacturing industry, including the mining sector as well. But perhaps if you can please share with us, Your Excellency, what do you think government can actually do to accelerate innovation and technology adoption in industry?
Again, I think, the fact that we are here is just showing that without a government will, this place will never happen. Both, the garage and the center. But if we start from the top, if we start from the overarching, I think the launch of the RDI plans, starting from the governance of the sector as a whole, the RDI committee that is being headed by His Royal Highness Prince Mohammed bin Salman, Crown Prince and Prime Minister, is a true demonstration of the commitment that the government as a whole has now. And then under this I would say umbrella of and then you have the different authorities, the RDI authority and the different activities that are making sure that the ecosystem actually is set up right. Definitely there are still gaps, but these gaps today are going to be very visible because the structure is there. It's easy to see where are the gaps and how to address these gaps. And then identifying what are the sectors that we are going to focus on, because we cannot imagine that we will be doing everything, especially at this stage. And that's where we chose the 4 verticals of priorities. Under the 4 verticals of priorities, then we have the different activities. And then we have the different initiatives, depending on the different activity and which sector is leading these activities. So I'm very positive and optimistic about what the government has been doing so far. In fact, in some cases, we actually need to do a lot of marketing to show people that these are initiatives and products that are there. Today, we are definitely financing, I would say, more or less every activity towards investing in innovation, investing in advanced manufacturing, in any new, I would say, trend. So the financing is there. On top of the financing, there is even grants that we are offering to certain activities with certain criteria. The overall ecosystem in the industrial sector and mining also, and logistics and energy as part of NIDLIP. And then more on top of all of this, we have the local content enabler. And as chairman of the Local Content Authority, I can tell you it is actually one of the most important enablers today for innovation, for different technologies today, and it's tested. We're not talking about ideas, we're talking about things that has been done on the ground. Today, we have been able to bring investors, bring technologies. Transfer of technology is today compensated or rewarded by certain initiatives at the Local Content Authority, such as offtake agreements or mandatory, promising them, adding the product to the mandatory list, which allows it to have access to all buyers from government entities, but also the state-owned enterprises. So these are the different enablers. So we cover the ecosystem, we cover the regulation, we covered the financing and grants, we covered also the pull, which is the market, which is the most important, allowing people who at the end of the day will have to sell a product to have access to the markets, visibility on demand, and also offtake agreements and certain enablers in securing their production is being sold.
I'd like to thank you, Your Excellency, for sharing your very valuable insights. I think you've painted for us a very comprehensive picture of what your esteemed ministry is working on to enable not only the adoption of 4IR in manufacturing and in mining, but also to accelerate the adoption and harness the fourth industrial revolution. And I'd like to thank Your Excellency again for joining us here today. And let's take this opportunity to learn from each other, exchange ideas, and collectively chart a path towards a vibrant and technologically advanced manufacturing sector in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. Thank you.
What a lively and interesting discussion. Thank you so much, Your Excellency. Thank you so much, Dr. Basma. Right now, we're going to take a short break, and please return back here in 10 minutes. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, our session will start shortly. Please come back to the ballroom. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Our second session of the day, Technology for Progress, Championing Change and Innovation in KSA. Please welcome the speakers for this session, Dr. Jeremy Jurgens, Managing Director and Head of WEF and the Center for the Fourth Industrial Revolution Network, Engineer Haytham Al-Farraj, Group Chief of Technology Officer at STC, Naif Al-Atabi, Vice President and Chief Digital Officer at the Digital Transformation at Aramco. Moderating the session is Faisal Al-Hammadi, Managing Director and Partner at BCG Dubai.
Good morning and welcome, everyone. We're very excited for this session to speak about technology and innovation for progress and the aspects around governance. We are living today in a digital renaissance. The digital contribution to the global economy has been 15% over the past couple of years and is expected to be accounting for more than 25% of the global economy going forward around 2030. If we also look into the VC landscape, we see that more than 2/3, the lion's share of the VC investments in digital innovation has been captured over the past decade. And more so, the growth of that digital economy compared to the classic economy has been more than double over the past couple of years. What's really interesting, though, is the pace of change. It is fast, it is really fast. Some people might argue that it has never been as fast as it is today, but also interesting, it will never be as slow as it is also today, because that pace will continue to evolve with time. And so the promise of progress and convenience that we get from digital transformation often collides with complex social dilemmas. We celebrate remarkable strides in AI, and we're confronted with the imperative of public-private partnerships to be able to mitigate job displacement and navigate the ethical intricacies of algorithms. The question is, are we shaping technology, or is technology shaping us? Or I might argue, we need a collective effort to shape a better future together. In this session, we will celebrate digital innovation as a great way to solve our grand challenges in the government and in corporate, but also emphasize the importance of collaboration to address the contentious facets of technology and innovation. Let me start by welcoming our panelists for today. We have Mr. Jeremy Jurgens. He's the Managing Director of the World Economic Forum C4IR Network. We have Mr. Haytham Al-Farraj, who's the Chief Technology Officer of STC Group. And then we have Mr. Naif Lotaibi, who's the VP of Digital Transformation and the Chief Digital Officer at Aramco. Let me start by the theme of digital in the context of Saudi Arabia, specifically around the current progress and the future vision, specifically looking from two of the Saudis' national champions in this part. Haytham, I'm going to start with you. If you can please lay out a bit more about the key contributions that STC had made to the digital journey so far, knowing that you play a critical role in the infrastructure of the country, but also have a number of digital services that you're rolling out and playing a bigger role even though.
Faisal, I think I'm extremely happy to be today part of that discussion panels, and also extremely delighted to be part of the Fourth Center of Industrial Revolution that has been sponsored by KAUST. I think there are a lot of collaborations and work that we have done for the past year, I would say, under the leadership of His Excellency Dr. Munir. Now, when it comes for digital transformations, I mean, looking back into the national vision that has been established a couple of years back, STC has been playing a major role really in driving digital transformation related activities in the kingdom, because we believe that telcos plays a very important and being a strong enabler to accelerate digital transformation. So what we have done for the past 4 or 5 years, we took the national agenda that has been shared and went into public, and make sure that this national agenda has been part as well from STC strategy at that time. So we have been continuously putting investment when it comes making sure that we develop a robust infrastructure, digital infrastructure in place. And part of our diversification plan, we went into our transformation journey, moving from a traditional telcos into a digital service provider, in which we start putting lots of development and effort and investment as well to drive multiple services at different verticals. We have created so far 6 or 7 subsidiaries that are that looks into development in different verticals, looking into IoT, cybersecurity, data centers, system integrations, and these, we believe that these are complementary and essential part that will help in supporting the digital transformation on the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. So aside of the infrastructure development that we have been progressing so far, we have also making sure that we being a catalyst to innovation, in which we have established our internal incubators that drives entrepreneurship and support to entrepreneurship and the startups. And as well, we start being active into the R&D, working side by side by different entities, whether the private or the public sectors, to try to help into transforming the way that we think. That journey wasn't an exciting journey, empowered and I think supported by a great vision that has been established at the national level. Thank you.
Fantastic. And I think what you mentioned around kind of the investments across different verticals, including cybersecurity, is an imperative for a critical infrastructure enabler like STC to create that resilience for a country level during that digital transformation. So thank you for sharing those remarks. And Naif, I want to touch base also with you on the same topic, right? Saudi Aramco is a core pillar of the Saudi economy overall, and they're also kind of the core engine in the sense that they're the national champion that historically was driving a lot of the progress and continues to be so, especially accelerated by digital. Can you tell us more about the digital agenda of Saudi Aramco in this era?
Thank you, Faisal, for the introduction. I'm very excited and happy to be part of this panel discussion to share Saudi Aramco experience with digital transformation. And obviously, Saudi Aramco is a major driver and contributor to the local economy. We always keen to align our internal strategies, initiatives, and programs to contribute to the strategic aspirations of our country. For example, to support the Saudi Green Initiative, we've set ambitious goal for energy transition, aiming for net zero economy and addressing the sustainability challenges of our industry. And obviously, digital transformation is a critical and major enabler. And therefore, within digital transformation, we've established the sustainability flagship program to accelerate the development and deployment of various sustainability digital solutions. We've also established a $1.5 billion sustainability fund to support energy transition technology and advance our aspiration for carbon neutrality. In addition to that, we are actively driving the Kingdom's agenda for economic growth and revenue diversification through the long-term strategy exercise. And the long-term strategy exercise has 4 pillars. One of these pillars is focused on digital transformation, seeking to advance the position of the Kingdom as a global hub for digital transformation and to capture a significant market share of this domain, which is expected to grow to $12 trillion in 2040. We aim to build capabilities in critical digital themes such as AI, cloud, advanced computing, advanced connectivity, advanced robotics, and cybersecurity through acquisition and strategic alliances. And we've created Aramco Digital to be the execution arm for this critical strategy. We anticipate to realize an annual revenue of $30 billion in 2040. Another area of alignment with the country's objective is the massive investment Aramco has made in optimizing its supply chain operations. Leveraging powered AI solutions and digital twin capabilities, we managed to reduce cost, optimize inventory, and also improve the forecast accuracy. And this has resulted in an annual saving of $1 billion. And this has put us in a favorable position to support future initiatives and programs for the Kingdom in the domain of logistics and supply chain, similar to the one that was recently announced with India. Now, these examples show that Aramco is not a participant, but a major and significant contributor to the Kingdom's journey towards a diversified and sustainable economy.
Fantastic, thank you for this. And I like the fact that you phrase this in a sense that it's not a luxury that we're going through this transformation, it's a necessity to meet the demands that you are having as a company, but also as a national economy, including the net zero ambitions and so on. Jeremy, I want to move that thought more into you. For players like STC or Aramco that are also major demand anchors, right? STC deploys a big amount of infrastructure at the national level, same thing for Aramco on the supply chain and so on. It becomes more critical to create those partnerships between the government and the private sector to be able to move the wheel, if you will. Can you tell us more about how initiatives like the C4IR PPP models accelerate this type of transformation?
Great, yeah, thank you. That's a great question. We already had 2 good examples here. I think first I'd like to highlight the Saudi Arabia Center for Fourth Industrial Revolution is kind of a flagship model for this kind of program. It's able to work across various sectors, bring together various private sector actors, various ministries, and then share and exchange those best practices that emerge there. I can give you a couple examples. On the flight down, I was reading a recent paper that just came out on 6G technologies. It was a cooperative effort between STC and the Center for the Fourth Industrial Revolution. And when I was reading the paper, I was really impressed on how it was addressing so many of the opportunities that are in front of us. You know, so for example, we heard His Excellency the Minister speaking to the role of advanced manufacturing. Now, if you think about advanced manufacturing in the future, it's going to require today 5G, eventually 6G, continuous connectivity, to have AI embedded in what's taking place there, and then to also be done in a sustainable fashion. Now, any single company trying to do that on their own will be greatly challenged. And then if you want to disseminate those learnings, not only to the large national champions, but as well into the SMEs and the economy, you'll need a public-private partnership to be able to accelerate and make that take place. So I think that's one concrete example there of the kind of pieces that emerge in this space. I think another example is just the entire role of what we could call digital public infrastructure. So if you take the example today that we get from having a space economy, there's things like weather reporting or map devices on our apps that we take for granted. But essentially these become part of the digital public infrastructure, and it becomes a benefit to all of the citizens there. And in the future we can imagine more examples of this digital public infrastructure and industrial infrastructure that emerges and that will come via partnerships.
That's very interesting. I think this convergence between the different actors within the economy, it's as if there's a number of dots that are needed to be connected within some sort of a forum, some sort of a platform, to create like multiplicative effects on that part. And I want to use that point to move to Haytham on the PPPs again, right? You've mentioned earlier the critical infrastructure and the digital infrastructure deployment. You have experience in SCC with a number of those public-private partnerships. Can you tell us more about how you approach those public-private partnerships? Can you share some examples about other models that you have done?
Well, in STC, we have envisioned the importance of strengthen the relationship and strike multiple partnership and engagement with different industries and different, whether in the private sectors and the public sectors. Because I personally believe that the recent era is around partnership and collaboration. We see it across different international firms where lots of these participations, create values. And an important also reason for this, I think, we in STC, we feel that we have strength when it comes for technology, when it comes for connectivity and understanding, the technology language. But I believe that we still have to work with different industries, make sure that we strengthen the knowledge that we have around different industries. Moving towards digital economy require lots of convergence when it comes to developing in solutions, especially when we speak about the era of AI and IoT and digital twins and a lot of trends that we start seeing. These solutions have to be designed in a way that meet purpose and meet certain objectives. And there are a lot of examples that we have seen it, pave the water, maybe pave the way to basically accelerate and bring values. Is, for example, the recent white paper that has been developed with the Center of Industrial Revolution here in the Kingdom around 6G, because it's very important to anticipate, to understand what will be the futuristic use cases that business and different industries will require. And looking into, aside of what we do with outside the Center of, for Industrial Revolution in the Kingdom, we also, we strengthen the relationship that we have with the startup, with the entrepreneurs, to make sure that we support them into bringing much more useful solutions and products that will drive much more values into society. These partnerships are essential because we believe that we all have to work towards common goals, common objectives. Is not around designing a specific technology or a solution without understanding the objectives and the principles and the behaviors of different industries that sometimes we don't feel that we have the full knowledge around it. And there are a lot of examples that we have worked, for example, through the Center for Industrial Revolutions, when we work with NIDLib, when we work with Ministry of Manufacturing, try to detail the policies that we need to, to develop and design to make sure that these solutions work and get activated in a much more, that are objective driven.
Fantastic. And Naif, I just wanted to touch upon a point with you on Aramco being today the economic giant that it is within the local economy, but also in the global scene. You obviously have a big programs that you mentioned, billions of dollars invested in digital and other businesses. How do you think, or what's your approach around collaboration and partnerships when it comes to both other companies, but also the government, to drive further those digital agendas?
In Aramco, we strongly believe in the power of alliances and strategic partnership. These collaborations are crucial for building capability, bridging experience and knowledge gap, advancing strategic agendas, and accelerating and expediting development and commercialization. And one notable example of this is the Global AI Corridor, which aims to solidify our leadership position as Aramco in AI field, and also to position the kingdom as a global hub for AI innovation and investment. And this ecosystem has critical dimensions, one of which is basically the digital factory, responsible for delivering multiple digital solutions to improve quality, reduce cost, and also prevent safety incidents. And recently we celebrated a significant milestone by successfully delivering a pipeline of 25 simultaneous AI projects, surpassing our industry peers. Another critical dimension of this ecosystem is research and development, as well as AI Academy. And through these programs, we recently graduated a cohort of certified data scientists. Now, this partnership was not really possible without allying with certain industry leaders and national leaders such as Sadaya, NASA, Caltech, and also Beyond Limits. Another global initiative that highlights and shows the importance and criticality of strategic partnership is the global blockchain OASIS. Its goal is to establish a national digital trust platform and position the kingdom as a global blockchain hub. And currently we are working with 3 industry leaders in this domain to build the ecosystem and establish the digital infrastructure. We are also working with 3 national leaders to pilot this platform in 3 use cases. Certification program for NITA Institute, digital Hajj with the Ministry of Hajj, and also carbon emission tracking and trading offset with the Ministry of Energy. Now, these examples that I shared with you show how in Aramco we employ alliances and strategic partnership to advance our leadership position in our industry and maximize our impact.
Fantastic. It's great to see the different colors within that landscape that you painted on the diversity of those projects and the diversity of stakeholders involved. Jeremy, I want to, since you are also managing this network of C4IR centers around the globe, can you share with us some success examples of projects or initiatives that the centers have created to further accelerate that journey, to further kind of create those bonds, to further create those links within the ecosystem players?
Yeah, let me share 2 examples, one present and one looking to the future. In the present case example, we have a program called AI for Agricultural Innovation, and this is also one of the flagship products for the C4IR Center here in Saudi Arabia. So we've already conducted initial pilots in India using this technology. We recently completed the second pilot in the state of Telangana, and we worked with 7,000 chili farmers in the state of Telangana to see if we could use fourth industrial revolution technologies to improve their yield, reduce the usage of fertilizer, water to be more sustainable, importantly to also increase time to market there. And we saw clear gains across all of the measured dimensions. And these were so successful that the state has decided to extend the pilot and now take it to additional states and additional programs here. And so you see the direct improvement in the lives of citizens, and these in this case are often poor smallholder farmers who wouldn't have had access to these technologies without the support of the kind of public infrastructure provided by the government. So that's one concrete example. Looking into the future, we've recently partnered with Germany to establish a GovTech center. Citizens are the most frequent consumer of all digital services and products, and government's increasingly expected to deliver comparable to best-in-class companies. And so there's a huge gap between what governments provide today in terms of digital services in most countries and where they are today. So we're going to be partnering there and bringing their experience in and sharing it across the global network of centers in those cases.
Super. That's great to hear, and I want to shift gears a little bit to speak more about kind of the balance between now. We've spoken about kind of the progress of technology innovation and what brings to the core businesses. There's always a trade-off when you're looking into new innovative business models, because you need to take risks, you need to push the limits of what's possible, of what's acceptable. And as we speak about technologies such as generative AI, for example, we're having this as a nudge to think about more existential questions for us as a humanity. We really think about what are the morals, the ethics, the liabilities that we need to think of when we're embedding those in the systems as a design. So there's a little bit of a trade-off that usually is happening between the governance and the regulation of those technological innovation, as well as allowing more risk-taking and further developments on that front. And to that, I think, Haytham, I want to touch one question with you, because within STC, you speak about a number of different businesses in which you interact with a big number of regulators, right? So your cybersecurity business, you have a different regulator. Your STC Pay in financial services, you also interact with other regulators. In your core telecom business, there's also different regulators, right? So there is a more complex landscape of regulators. And then from your side, this colorful business model that you're trying to achieve in a diversity of businesses. How do you navigate that regulatory landscape, and how do you balance that with the innovation that you're trying to drive normally?
Yeah, I mean, as you just rightly said, Faisal, in STC, as we have been diversifying in different verticals, we have been dealing with multiple regulatory bodies in the kingdom. And I think a key lever that helped STC really to navigate that challenge is the collaboration mindsets that we have been carrying over with different regulatory bodies, and try to always to take advanced discussions when it comes for different regulatories and across different verticals to make sure we reach into a common list of policies and governance that need to be adhered on. So very important aspects when we speak about governance is making sure that we bridge different point of view. We try to make sure that we maintain different level of risk acceptance, because an important parameter of digital mindsets across different organizations is doing mistakes. But as long as these mistakes got being calculated with the proper risks and we move forward, and we try to learn as we go in adopting these regulations. And we have seen so far, an acceptance with the high degree of open mindsets in the kingdom through different regulations. You spoke about AI, and I think when you speak about data governance, the company had anticipated back in 2018 the importance of data governance as it executes on strategy. I remember back in May 2018 when Europe announcing their GDPR policies that looks into data governance. We took it STC at that time and tried to develop our internal capabilities. How can we really make sure that we maintain, privacy aspects, data governance, data sharing, because we are dealing with tens of millions of customers that we are supporting nowadays. That anticipation that we did back then had helped us really to make sure that when we start working with different the regulators that looks into data governance, into bridging the gaps and try to produce a national, booklet that looks into around data governance. Speaking about AI, and I think we talk about that, and there's an important trend around AI, is the ethical dimension of AI, in which we have work, because we are a member of GSMA, which is the global institute that looks into telecom operators globally. We have been working with them, and we have developed last year what we call the AI ethics booklet that we have published, and we try to educate our resources and employees to make sure that we adhere and make sure that we watch any misbehavior that looks into the different AI modules that we have used it, either for internal AI modules that we develop it to drive much more efficiency and drive much more customer experience objectives, rather than, and as well our external monetizations and insights. And the key example of what we have done on data monetization aspects is we're working with different, Ministry of Tourism, Ministry of Education, and Ministry of Hajj to make sure that we provide them much more insights that are following the proper data governance parameter and try to help into driving the proper decision-making process. So maybe in summary, I think there will be an evolutions and development as we accelerate in our digital transformations, because there is technologies advancing and lots of use cases that we have done. But what we have done looking into the cybersecurity is make sure that we develop our internal intelligence around AI, threat intelligence, to make sure that we catch those risks as we go and do this, self-adjustment approach.
Fantastic. And similarly, Naif, if you can please touch upon the same topic, right? Specifically within Aramco, you have a good history of safety, security, a culture of maintaining that within your critical infrastructure. Do you feel any tension between this and the innovation kind of culture that you're driving in digital innovation specifically, and also from the regulatory landscape looking externally? How do you navigate this?
So as you may realize, safety standards and compliance are crucial to our operations, as it is the case with any leading organization in our industry. And we in Aramco approach the cybersecurity in the same manner, ensuring it is always maintained at the highest level by implementing robust control to protect our data and system. And we recognize the fact that digital transformation expands our digital assets, thereby widening the cybersecurity threat landscape. Now, to address this concern within Aramco, we involve cybersecurity experts in designing our digital solution to ensure compliance, minimize risk exposure, and accelerate and expedite the development and deployment of our digital solutions. Recognizing the significance of cybersecurity, within Aramco, we have two entities responsible for our cybersecurity operations. One is responsible for cybersecurity operations and compliance, and the other one is responsible for strategies and governance. Both entities work closely with the NCA to share best practices and minimize the impact of cyber security threats on our operations. Recently, we started also working with the National Data Management Office to accelerate and expedite our compliance. And we are adopting the same mentality, building internal capability, accelerating compliance, and minimizing risk. So this is our approach in general.
Thank you very much. This is very exciting discussion, and I can't wait to hear even more in this during the break sessions. I want to try to conclude this by taking a look into the future. And Jeremy, in your role, you kind of experience a number of different collaborations globally, right? And I don't think personally that anybody has yet cracked the code on technology governance and how that would look like in the future. The US is taking one stand, the European Union is trying to create a different one, and China has its own rules and governance around those type of things. What's your view on how the future of technology governance would look like?
Great, thank you. I want to also link that question to this, the question on innovation. So there's an essay from roughly 80 years ago called The Use of Knowledge in Society, and I think it still holds true today, where it basically posits that there's always more knowledge outside your organization than inside it. So if we want to think around the future governance, we need to look beyond our own organizational boundaries, we need to look beyond our national boundaries to actually understand what's taking place. And I think we have a great example that we've done here in Saudi Arabia on an open innovation challenge, which we called Uplink, where we explored 2 food challenges. We had over 360 contributors looking at how you could use technology for agriculture using climate smart technologies, sensors, telecommunication networks to advance that. And we had 22 kind of startup winners that emerged from that process. And I use that as an example of looking outside our traditional institutions, our traditional organizations for solutions. But against that backdrop, the government still plays a critical role in basically setting some baseline standards around governance, around guardrails, and different areas. So we want to look to the companies and the citizens for innovation, and then look to the government for also the responsibility to co-develop appropriate guidelines, especially when we look in new emerging areas such as AI that are really important here. And to this end, the forum has established a AI Governance Alliance. We have almost 200 companies now engaged in that, working with a number of national governments. And I think this is a new form of public-private partnership, again, because any single country won't be able to address the solution, any single company won't be able to, so we'll need to continuously look to these new forms of partnership. And this is also one of the reasons why we're also very happy to partner with the Seafire Saudi Arabia in exploring and developing those new forms of cooperation.
That's very interesting. I really like the idea that we're not necessarily able to now forecast and understand how the technology will look like in the future and what type of challenges we'll have. But at least we need to make sure that we have an open dialogue between the relevant stakeholders about how this is evolving, the challenges, the successes that we're witnessing, and shape that or co-shape that with the different stakeholders. I think that concludes our session for today. I want to really thank our panelists for the engaging and insightful discussions, and I look forward to connecting with all of you during the rest of the day today. Thank you.
That was a very interesting talk. Thank you so much, gentlemen. We now move to our next fireside chat named Leading the Way, Higher Education's Institutions' Role in Shaping the Future Amidst a Rapidly Changing Economy. Please welcome to the stage Dr. Mohammed Al-Sagaf, President of King Fahd University of Petroleum and Minerals, and our moderator for this session, Dr. Leila Hutet, Managing Director and Senior Partner at BCG Dubai. No.
Thank you.
This session is going to be very interesting, and we're going to talk about more things about innovation and so on. And I'd like to call Dr. Mohammed Al-Sagaf to the stage, please.
panel that we just had with key industry speakers, key industry players, I'd like to take us back in the value chain to supply. Supply of talent, supply of basic research, and so universities. And for that, I will be having a conversation with Dr. Mohammed. Dr. Mohammed Al-Saqqaf is the 6th president of KFUPM, the King Fahd University of Petroleum and Minerals, and he is the first president since the university became independent. He is an alum of KFUPM, MIT, Harvard Business School. He started his career at KFUPM and then spent 30 years in the industry at Aramco, Saudi Aramco, culminating in the position of Executive Vice President of Operations and Business Services before rejoining the university in January 2020. Dr. Al-Saqqaf received several international awards. He is one of very few worldwide who has achieved international recognition both in geoscience and petroleum engineering. He has authored several refereed technical papers and founded and edited a new technical journal. His priorities at KFUPM are to revamp the academic and research programs in line with national and global trends, such that they can lead technology development and prepare the talent required for the future local and global economies. Before we get started with our conversation, I'd like to invite you to explore KFUPM's remarkable transformation, its world-class research centers, and witness the tangible results it achieved already thus far in the ongoing evolution in this short video.
Saudi Arabia is embarking on a journey toward the fulfillment of our 2030 vision, paving the way for a digitized, dynamic, and diverse economy. With a long history of supporting Saudi Arabia's growth, King Fahd University of Petroleum and Minerals remains at the forefront of the country's economic ambitions, facilitating the diversified, knowledge-based economy and positioning the kingdom into the new global digital economy. Over the last 3 years, KFUPM has undergone a significant transformation journey, renewing its role in line with national and global trends. Through this transformation, KFUPM has expanded its academic and research offering into new globally relevant sectors to fulfill evolving labor market demands, major restructuring of colleges to be grouped by theme rather than discipline, enabling interdisciplinary collaborations, revamped its research enterprise by establishing 20 interdisciplinary and joint research centers with the object of improving the human condition, 5 of which are focused on economies of the future, including the 4th Industrial Revolution. The transformation resulted in integrating a digital foundation in all undergraduate programs, also known as AI+X, creating 37 new concentration programs, 35 new MX Masters programs in line with future demands, including a new MX degree in innovation and product development, empowering female enrollment and research opportunities, enabling the entrepreneurial spirit of all students through relevant academic programs and competitions.
After its transformation, KFUPM became highly proactive in forecasting research and innovation needs of the emerging and rapidly growing technology-intensive new Saudi economies and taking the necessary actions to respond to the needs in a timely way. 5 of our research centers are highly related to the future economies, the digitalized economy, and industries of the kingdom. Also, we foresaw that the space and biotechnologies will become important strategic future sectors for the country. So KFUPM established 2 more IRCs, one for aviation and space exploration, and another for health and life science and engineering.
Through these new centers, KFUPM supports Saudi businesses in reaching their full potential, putting cutting-edge research to use in real-world settings. For example, businesses like Dima Energy, a pioneering startup developing artificial intelligence technologies that explore underused energy resources in the region and their potential to feed the Saudi power grid. Dima Energy established their lab within the KFUPM campus and collaborated with the KFUPM Renewable Energy and Power System Center and the Sadaya KFUPM Center for Artificial Intelligence to help fulfill the 2030 vision, which aims to generate 50% of Saudi Arabia's power from renewable sources. Also, the KFUPM Interdisciplinary Research Center for Smart Mobility and Logistics partnered with Yokogawa Electric Corporation to develop 3 Industry 4.0 technologies all the way through to commercialization. Also in the area of smart mobility and logistics, KFUPM established innovation partnerships with industrial and startup companies to support their growth in digitalization, bringing even more economic growth to the sector. Meanwhile, the KFUPM Center for Intelligent Manufacturing and Robotics partnered with AFI Industry and developed a wall-climbing robot that can conduct extremely challenging inspections of industrial tanks. KFUPM continues to play a major role in innovation and IR 4.0 development. Our message to our students is to dream big and accomplish, and we are proud to support Saudi Arabia to do the same.
So fascinating. So let's jump right in. In the context of Industry 4.0, how does your university envision its role to both support this revolution that is happening, but also strategically launch some new sectors that will contribute to the economy of the kingdom?
Okay, first of all, it gives me great pleasure to participate in this illustrious gathering and to talk about what we are doing at KFUPM for the university and for achieving the objectives of Vision 2030. As you know, it is imperative for Saudi Arabia to be able to diversify its economy and expand its base. And for a country that has traditionally been a mono-sector economy, it can only expand its economy by adding new sectors rather than by just enlarging the already largest oil and gas sector in the world. And therefore, one important objective of our university has become to help Saudi Arabia nourish and launch and allow new sectors to flourish. And one then asks, how do you expand the economy by starting new sectors? And the answer is, you need 2 things. You need investment and you need talent. And that second component is sometimes forgotten, not in a place like this that is full of talent, that is vibrant and clearly demonstrated, but many times is forgotten by planners and so on, where the focus is on investment. But it is not just equally important to creating the new sectors. It is even more important because without the talent, you cannot achieve any new sector development. In fact, when we say investment and talent, that formula, in my view, is wrong because it isn't investment and talent. It isn't investment plus talent, because if it were, you can make up for talent by more investment, which you cannot. In fact, the operator between the two is not the addition operator, but the multiplication. It's talent that multiplies and enables and amplifies the investment such that it results in a meaningful development of new sectors. And that is exactly the focus of KFUPM. We said we are going to be in energy in its global form, including renewables and hydrogen and so on, but also in digital computing, in fintech, in environment and sustainability, in materials, in chemicals, in logistics, in bioengineering and biotech and so on, because all of these are sectors that the kingdom wants to evolve and start, and ones that are close to the expertise and competence of the university. And with regard to the Industry Revolution 4.0 in particular, we believe that this revolution, unlike others, unlike the previous 3 ones, whether with mechanized industry or the internal combustion engine or the electronics, this one is about talent. This is about AI, this is about upskilling, this is about ingenuity and so on. And I think a proper name for it, in addition to four is not such a good title, it's just 1, 2, 3, 4, is the tools to talent revolution. We believe that the previous industrial revolutions were about tools, the introduction of tools. This one is about talent, the introduction of talent, and effective mixing of talent with investment to create and nourish new sectors of the future, both in the kingdom and globally.
Thank you very much, Dr. Mohammed. I like you. You said talent that amplifies investment, and I've heard you speak about the economy creating talent. You use that expression, the economy creating talent, and so that's quite intriguing. What does KFUPM do? How does it align its students? How does it align its technology development, the RDI, to maximize the impact on the industry, to amplify these investments?
Yes. Economy creating talent is sort of the niche of our university. In any economy, there are 3 types of university output. The economy burdening output, i.e. those graduates whose skills are not commensurate with the needs of today's nor tomorrow's economy. The economy maintaining output, those graduates who maintain the current economy, all the engineers and physicians and bankers and lawyers and who maintain the current economy, and the economy creating talent, those are the few who are tasked with the establishment of new sectors, and this is our niche. We tell our students when they come to the university, you are not here to learn to get a job. If you can get into KFUPM, you are almost guaranteed a job. You are not here to learn to get a job. You are here to learn to create a job. And therefore, we have to train them in a way that is commensurate with unleashing their potential, and especially in terms of technology development and how it can enable them to go from the university into the workplace or to entrepreneurship and be able to create things, to think laterally, to be creative, and so on. And we think that there are 3 different postures for academic institutions when it comes to technology development. The first one is lagging in technology development, i.e. those institutions who really focus on teaching, and their relationship with technology development is one that is weak, and those leave a lot of opportunities behind. And then there is the technology following institutions. And those are universities who jump on the bandwagon whenever something becomes popular. So nanotech was popular 8 or 10 years ago. Everybody was doing nanotech center, nanotech, graphene, and so on. And so now ChatGPT, AI. Although it's good to jump on the bandwagon, it isn't really what academic institutions should be. Academic institutions should lead the industry. It should constantly think ahead and foresee problems, challenges, and solutions that are going to come. This is what we aspire to be. I cannot say this is what we are, but what we aspire to be. And by doing so, you are constantly pulling up the technology development curve. We try to do this. We established a program in hydrogen mobility, and we graduated 3 cohorts already. We established a program in quantum computing, and we graduated 3 cohorts already. A lot of people say quantum computing is many years in the making, and many other things, non-metallic materials. And so before all the ChatGPT craze and the sort of fascination with AI that is happening right now. So this talent, the economy creating talent, has to be selected and has to be trained in a way that is commensurate with their potential and in a way that maximizes tech development.
Thank you. And you spoke about ChatGPT, so we have to speak a little bit about AI. So the ascension of AI is undeniable, and you talked about thinking ahead. So how are you aligning the curriculum, the training methodologies, the approach to AI overall to ensure that the talent is well prepared? And very importantly, how excited versus how worried are you in terms of the impact of AI on the future of jobs?
I am not worried at all. I'm exceptionally excited. I think whoever says, oh, we are afraid of AI, oh, students will cheat with ChatGPT, oh, That is such, I mean, a defeatist attitude. We embrace AI. In my generation, many years ago, that's many years ago when I was in high school, they taught us how to look up the values for logarithms on tables. We spent 2 days looking up a logarithm value in tables, and we didn't get it right. And at the time, we already had calculators. We have never used that skill. It was obsolete. And nowadays, part of the skill of anybody, let alone students, is the use, an effective use of AI. We believe that AI to this generation is what mathematics was to our generation. You would not think of becoming a mechanical engineer or electrical or a physicist or an economist without learning the basics of calculus and engineering mathematics and so on. You would never think, and you can't actually. And today you cannot be an effective scientist and engineer if you don't completely unlock AI and fully understand it. And you need to do that in the beginning such that you build your discipline on it. It cannot be an add-on once you join the job market. It cannot be a course that you take that is extracurricular and so on. And so we have established something called AI plus X that became a requirement at KFUPM. AI plus X means you first learn AI, you become competent in it, and then you learn X, which is your major. You build your major based on AI. You have to take courses in advanced Python, in AI and machine learning, in big data and data science, in entrepreneurship and business. It's part of the digital foundation, and every student has to do that before they go and learn their discipline, such that they can incorporate these ideas in the learning of their discipline. Otherwise, they will be at a huge handicap. The other thing is, and we did that 3 years ago, and this is what I mean by tech leaping. It isn't, oh, that now that Bard and ChatGPT become popular, somebody said, yeah, let's do it. We have to see this and foresee it well ahead of industry trends. Another important thing, I think, is the delivery of learning and education. The delivery, not just the what, but the how. The how is exceptionally important. And to us, gone are the days in which a university professor will just get into the class and lecture for 50 minutes and would expect his or her students to fully understand, and it doesn't happen that way. Unfortunately, it's bad news for our faculty. A faculty member would get out of the class and would say, oh my God, I have outdone myself today. What a fantastic lecture. And the students would have learned and retained only 5%. Many studies have shown that with classic lecturing, you retain only 5%. And those were before the prevalence of mobile phone, maybe now 0% retention. You can only learn by fully immersing the student in the material. And so at KFUPM, we are changing all of our class formats gradually into things like flipped classrooms and inquiry-based learning, where the student reads the material before coming to class and uses the class time for debates and discussions and questions and so on, such that they can fully understand the material. And the epitome of this is when the student actually explains the material. That leads to 100%. Also, importantly, environments that are conducive to new types of learning. We see today an environment in the garage that is substantially and sublimely conducive to entrepreneurship and innovation. And education has to be like this. We developed environments like what we call the Hive, the hybrid interactive visual education, where you combine distant learning with in-person learning, with discussions within the class that would lead to effective understanding. So AI must be embraced. We shouldn't feel worried about it, especially, by the way, academicians are terrified of AI, that, oh, students will cheat. We should embrace it. It is a tool that can be effectively harnessed and utilized, just like the calculator and computer. And it is indeed the spine or the backbone of education at KFUPM, because we believe that it is an important pillar upon which you must build your discipline.
Thank you. So with KFUPM recently acclaimed as the top university in the Arab region, the institution has considerable influence on the region, on the world, and with power comes responsibility. How does KFUPM perceive its role in terms of spearheading research initiatives, and who, in your view, stands to gain the most from these endeavors?
Research is critically important, but we must be honest with ourselves and first define the objective of research. Many researchers and institutions follow research for the objective of glory to the institution and the researcher, for more publications, more citations, higher ranking, and so on and so forth. And that, in my view, should not be the driving force behind research. The driving force and the objective and the purpose behind research must be to make an impact on society, to improve the human condition, to serve humanity. That must be the objective. And whether you are doing applied or pure or abstract research, you must have the objective that ultimately I'm going to create something that helps humanity, whether it's a process or an equipment or a material or a chemical that would contribute to the well-being of people around the globe. And with that comes good things. In fact, since we said we will focus on making an impact, citations at KFUPM have been increasing 20 to 30% every year, because that is a noble objective that allows other things to be accomplished, and that must guide our research. That is very important. And it isn't just research for humanity in terms of the objective of creating something that is useful to humanity. It must also include research for humanity in terms of reaching out to those less fortunate than ours. We disagree with the posture of many universities who like to extend their tentacles only up. They want to be partners with MIT, with Stanford, and so on and so forth. Yes, this is useful. It must happen. It is happening at KFUPM. But we must also look at institutions in emerging economies who are perceived to be below us, to identify centers of excellence around the globe, to extend our hand to them, to extend our tentacles, to help them. Because it isn't just research for humanity in the objective, it is also research for humanity in the tools and the manners and by which you actually deliver research. So our focus at KFUPM is not only on the objective, but also extending, like I said, our tentacles. We are becoming more and more involved with Central Africa, with Latin America, with Central Asia, and so on and so forth, to be able to impart some of the things that we are developing and develop it together for these economies. The other very important thing in research is that it must be interdisciplinary. There is no effective research that is monodisciplinary. Absolutely not. And that is one of the most important priorities at KFUPM, breaking the barriers between researchers and academia, breaking the barrier between different departments, between research centers, between science and engineering. The distinction between science and engineering, in our view, is a myth. Science and engineering exist together, they overlap, they extend each other, and hence many of our new programs, you will see science and engineering in them: mining science and engineering, environmental science and engineering, material science and engineering, and so on and so forth. All the new undergraduate concentrations are interdisciplinary. All the new master degrees we saw in the film are interdisciplinary. All the 20 research centers we created are interdisciplinary, and that's a very important cultural evolution that we are going through, convincing our faculty, get out of your comfort zone, meet somebody who is away in a different department, telling the departments, hire professors from a different discipline. Don't just hire mechanical and electrical and mix things up, because it is really the nexus of different disciplines that can create something truly innovative in research. And so that combination of the objective must be noble, and the method and manner must be mixing the disciplines and also involving everybody in the university to be part of research. I think lends itself to effective technology development, can actually lead the industry and see forward what can happen and ascribe and develop solutions for the future, thus effectively creating to the fourth industrial revolution or the tools to talent revolution.
So you talked about impact on humanity. I want to talk about 50% of humanity, women, and I want to conclude with that question. So given that the global averages for female enrollment in engineering are hovering around 15% and are not progressing fast enough for sure, what steps is KFUPM taking to promote equitable participation? And given the history of the university being a male-only institution, can you share some insights in terms of the journey of integrating female students into the fold?
Yes, KFUPM was established in 1963 and has been until recently a male, not a male-dominated, a male-only university, both in terms of students and faculty and even employees. I mean, we had females only in the clinic. And that, of course, is not right. You cannot win a game with half a team. You cannot build an economy with half the population. And one of the principal objectives of Vision 2030 is to include everybody in the build-up of the economy. And so we took some bold steps to not only involve women in KFUPM, but do it in a big way and do it in a very fast way. And in fact, within 2 years, KFUPM now has the distinction of having the highest intake of females in engineering anywhere in the world. Anywhere in the world. You will go to any university in the Western advanced economies, it will always be 50-50 male, female, but in engineering it's between 8% and 20%, around the 15%. The US average is 17%. We are 50% females in engineering, and our ladies are exceptionally competitive, and just like they have proven themselves in the workplace and have shown us, the men, how competitive they can be, they are doing the same thing in the university, and we are very proud of them. I tell our male students, God help you, your female colleagues are going to make it tougher for you. It's already tough to be at KFUPM. This is a very difficult university to get into. We have the lowest admit to apply ratio anywhere in the world, but it's going to be even tougher. They are raising the average, and they are participating in a big way and embracing hardcore engineering topics really with aplomb. So we are very proud that our admission is on a meritorious basis, that we have achieved this high intake of females, and the future can only be brighter for the economy as a result of this.
I want to thank you, Dr. Mohammed, for this most insightful conversation, and I look forward to continuing to watch the rise of universities in the region, the impact that they have, and especially KFUPM. Thank you.
Thank you very much. It's my pleasure.
That was quite an insightful look into one of the leading universities in the region. Thank you so much, Dr. Mohammed. Ladies and gentlemen, the day is just beginning. We have very interesting conversations going on, discussions and panels. We will meet back in an hour after the lunch and prayer break. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, we'd like to welcome you back to the ballroom as we're going to continue our sessions. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Our day is still underway and we have plenty of panels and discussions going through. We now resume with our latest panel, Enabling Investment and Funding for Biotech Innovation. Please welcome to the stage Dr. Mahmoud Khan, Chief Executive of Evolution Foundation, Dr. Khalid Al Moussa, Founder Saudi Bio and Founder and Chairman of Vaccine Industrials, Dr. Abdurrahman Al-Ulayyan, CEO of Dammam Biotech Valley, Mrs. Ranch Kimball, Senior Advisor at BCG. Moderating the session is Dr. Batul Al-Baz, Vice President of the Health Sector at King Abdulaziz for Science and Technology.
Good evening, everyone. I think everyone has had a very good time outside. We were actually debating whether we should have the panel maybe at the outside area. It was very nice. Thank you all for coming. Today's this session is session number 4, and it's on enabling investment and funding for biotech innovations. It gives me great pleasure and honor to be moderating this session. This session is about promoting innovation in biotech research and development, which requires effective policies and mechanisms to facilitate investment and funding. This session explores the strategies aimed at enabling investment in the biotech sector. It delves into the key policies and mechanisms that foster a conducive environment for innovation, attractive capital and resources to drive breakthroughs in biotechnology. And in this session, I have the pleasure of having the esteemed panelists, Dr. Mahmoud Khan, the Chief Executive Officer for Evolution Foundation. Dr. Mahmoud's distinguished career has included several senior corporate roles, including Vice Chairman and Chief Scientific Officer for Global Research and Development at PepsiCo and President of Global R&D at Takeda Pharmaceuticals. Before moving into the private sector, Dr. Khan was a faculty member in endocrinology at the Mayo Clinic and Medical School, where he served as the director for the Diabetes, Endocrine, and Nutritional Trials Unit, and he also led several programs in diabetes, endocrinology, and metabolism. Dr. Khan is a member of the Board of Directors of Reckitt Benckiser and the Saudi Research, Development and Innovation Authority, RDIA, Executive Chairman of Life Biosciences, a member of the Saudi National Biotechnology Strategy Steering Committee, and Chairman of the Visiting Committee on Advanced Technology of the United States National Institute of Standards and Technology, NIST. Dr. Khan earned his medical degree from the University of Liverpool School of Medicine and completed fellowship in clinical endocrinology and nutrition in the Department of Medicine and Food Science and Nutrition at the University of Minnesota, Minneapolis. He is a fellow of the Royal College of Physicians in London. Dr. Mahmoud, pleasure to have you with us. Thank you for coming. My second panelist is Dr. Khalid Al Moussa. Dr. Khalid is a member of the Supreme Committee for Research, Development and Innovation, chaired by His Royal Highness Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman, the Prime Minister and the Crown Prince, Council of Economic and Development Affairs, Council of Ministers, Saudi Arabia. Dr. Khalid is also founder and chairman of several companies such as Vaccine Industrial Company, the first vaccine manufacturing facility in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. He is also founder and chairman of the Medical Tech Group, Saudi Surgeons Day Surgery Center, iWorld Medical and Surgical Complex, Medicine and Technology Company. Dr. Khalid is also a certified management consultant at Khalid Al Musa Management Consulting Firm and founder and co-chairman, Director General, member of the Executive Committee of the Saudi Biotechnology Manufacturing, Saudi Bio, a joint stock company and the first and only insulin and biologics manufacturing GMP facility in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. The third panelist is Dr. Abdurrahman Al-Alayan, and Dr. Abdurrahman is a successful founder and entrepreneur with diversified experience in investment initiatives and business leadership. Dr. Abdurrahman has served as the founding CEO of Taiba Valley, an innovation hub focusing on blockchain, IoT, and AI in Al Madinah Al Munawwara in the Kingdom, and founding CEO of Dammam Biotech Valley, a biotech innovation hub. And very recently, Dr. Abdurrahman has founded Beta Lab, a deep tech VC attracting ventures from around the world, which we'll be very much interested in hearing more about. And then finally, last but not least, I have Mr. Ranch Kimball. Ms. Ranch is one of the world's leading experts on innovation. He has personally led the development of several innovation districts in the United States and has advised research, universities, governments, and developers on over 20 innovation districts. I must also mention that Ranch is from Boston Consulting Group, the knowledge partner for the conference. And as an investor, he has supported and served on the boards of many companies, including a tech startup, which revenues more than $100 million US, and chaired the board of a publicly traded biotech firm in the States. And he was the president of one of Harvard Research Hospitals, and prior to that, served also at Massachusetts Governor Mitt Romney as his secretary for economic development. He was a partner at the Boston Consulting Group and was CEO of a private equity firm. Thank you all, and very pleasure to be moderating this session. Thank you for accepting the invitation to come here. Now, because this session is very much focused on recognizing the innovation in biotech research and development, which hinges upon effective policies and mechanisms for investment, we would like to explore with you how to create an environment that is conducive to breakthroughs with several objectives. So we're going to shed light on financing, funding strategies, how to propel investments, and address those vital challenges that lie within. We would also like to explore robust funding structures and supporting policies for advancing biotech research and development. And then finally, we would like to foster the private and public partnerships in both regional and global contexts. So I would like to start by directing my first question to Dr. Khalid Al Musa. Dr. Khalid, you have embarked on several very courageous endeavors in the field of biotech long before anyone maybe has done that in the kingdom. Would you please shed light on some of the current challenges that impede what we hear about all the time as biotechnology localization and technology transfer? What were the some of the challenges that impede this transfer?
Well, thank you very much for this question. Actually, if we're talking about the biotechnology manufacturing localization, there are so many factors that's impeding the localization efforts. I can summarize these factors in 5 major points. The first one is the high cost of investment and the long term of return on investment in this industry. The second factor may be the adequate infrastructure for the biotechnology manufacturing. I guess Saudi Arabia has no excellent, let's say, infrastructure to do the biotechnology manufacturing localization efforts successful. You know, these industrial areas are like scattered around the country and very far from the like airports and the hotels, the you know, these facilities that is mostly needed by the workers and by the scientists who are working in these facilities. The third is like the regulations of the country and the regulations of the Saudi FDAs in terms when it comes to biotechnology products and the biosimilars. The fourth is the technology transfer and technical know-how difficulties, where you cannot find the proper strategic partner for the technology transfer, you know, with the global players to contribute to the localization efforts. And I guess the last one is the R&D capabilities, where we don't have that strong capabilities when it comes to R&D and in the industry in the field of the like vaccines or insulins or biosimilars. So I can say that is the major factors that's impeding this kind of localization efforts. However, there are like many other factors affecting this, like the lack of skilled personnel and the lack of professionals who have the know-how to operate the aseptic areas in these kind of facilities. So there are too many reasons or too many factors affecting the efforts actually.
Thank you so much, Dr. Khalid. Dr. Mahmoud, I want to move to the now. Maybe let's talk about what's happening now. And I'm really intrigued to hear from you. What do you think about the public-private partnerships and how can they be leveraged to drive innovation in the biotech sector? And what are some successful examples that you could maybe shed light on?
Thank you. It's truly a pleasure to be here. Let me frame this question, the answer to this question, thinking of a triangle. In any successful innovation environment around technology, and biotechnology being one of them, and I think Ranch will give you some great examples from his experience, you need three things. You need science with differentiated technology. You need an environment with a clear understanding of the deployment of that technology in the marketplace. And the third, you need a financial and business environment that can take the risks and invest behind it and ultimately bring it to market. That triangle cannot succeed until you have all three sectors playing. Public, which includes the regulatory environment, the funding of science by the public sector, and ultimately the embracement of that from the private sector. You need the regulatory environment to shape the path to market. And the role of the public sector in this is not only to provide the framework, but to de-risk the endeavor. And what the public sector does very well is de-risk these opportunities early enough along so that the private sector can now take the next stage of risk and do what they do best. Recently we heard about all these initiatives, for example, around the COVID vaccine, the announcement of the Nobel Prize, but that work was done at University of Pennsylvania almost a decade and a half ago by the public sector, partnering with the academic sector before the private sector got in. So I think we can get into lots of examples, but you really need all three sectors, academic, public, and private, working together in order to bring innovation forward. And importantly, now let's take a look at what's going on in the kingdom. We're actually sitting here at a public entity encouraging the private sector to take risks. And so these are examples of public-private partnerships that are now bringing it to light in actual operational. The last comment I'll make, and I think we'll get into more details, is what is often missing is not just the availability of capital and great science, but the ability to bring forward operational experience and operating executives. one of the things that's made Boston and the West Coast so successful versus, let's say, the success rate in the UK has been the availability of experienced operating executives on the ground bringing all these pieces together. So this is where all these partnerships come together. So I hope that kicks it off.
I can see Ranch nodding, and it brings a great segue to ask maybe Ranch. Ranch, maybe you can also share with us some specific examples of successful biotech clusters and innovation ecosystems that have been nurtured by these supportive policies and funding mechanisms.
Sure, and I'll just start by saying I'm really touched and honored to be here to bring some advice from my own experience, and I'm really glad to be involved in this. I'll take, and Dr. Khalid mentioned something that caught my attention, which is he was talking about the skills you needed just to keep his operations running, and Dr. Khan gave us a great three-part framework. I'll just put two things that kind of support both of those: stability and density. Stability means when you have a government commitment, it needs to be stable for a long time. On mRNA, I did a lot of research 2 years ago on it. It was first identified in 1961, first proposed as a drug in 1987, and over 15 labs in the UK and the US gave up on it. So it was 59 and a half years till it became a vaccine. So in the US, medical grants from the National Institute of Health are guaranteed funding, absolute level for 4 years. The overall budget varies only 2 or 3%. So that's a commitment that a scientist knows they'll have for decades. And then on density, the lesson I take personally from my travel to a number of innovation districts and having been responsible twice for the Kendall Square strategy, once as secretary and once as its co-CEO. Density matters because where you get talent isn't just the one scientist. It isn't just the business executive, it's the lab technician, it's the clinical biostatistician. And those people all want to work in a dense area where they have a lot of friends. They want to work near their competitors where there's a vital feeling of life. And you go to the great innovation districts in the world, they are like dense European cities with people that all care about one thing. So I would kind of operationalize this: stability and density matter.
Thank you, Ranch. Dr. Abdurrahman, now let's ask why today? Why is it that today venture capital firms and angel investors play a shaping role in biotech R&D landscape, and what factors influence their investment decisions in this sector? So I really want you to focus on why today, because we talked a lot about the opportunity and why today is important. So please.
Thank you, Dr. Batul. I would like to take a minute to thank His Excellency Dr. Munir and the whole team to organize this great event. I think why today, there is three main factors. The first factor, it's very obvious, the strong commitment from the higher leadership of the country to unlock the industry. And this is no surprise. You can see it through different initiatives, including the Biotech National Strategy, including the establishment and the launch of RDI and the Supreme Innovation Committee and others. So there is no doubt the will and the commitment to unlock the industry, it's there. Second, Saudi Arabia is big enough greenfield market when it comes to biotech, and although there is few initiatives from the private sector in the past to utilize the opportunities, but now with the government support and trying to unlock the industry, I think there is number of opportunities that investable and ready for not only the institutional fund, but also for the private sector to come in. Third, the availability of the capital in Saudi, and this is no surprise. The last 2 years, the capital has been drying up globally, but in Saudi, we are seeing good indicators for participation from government and private sector into funding and investment. Above all, if you see the hunger coming from scientists and entrepreneurs to try to tackle and engage in the biotech innovation ecosystem. I think the combination would make any investor ready to jump and participate within the conversation. Thank you.
Absolutely, thank you. And I also want to acknowledge everything that this morning's session, His Excellency Minister Bandar Al-Khaif has talked about, all the initiatives that are being undertaken by the government to facilitate innovation, even in industries such as mining. But in health and wellness and biotech, maybe perhaps, as you mentioned, that there is the will, the hunger, the appetite, that is also combined so much by passion, right? So there is that kind of passion. And because it touches on one of the important priorities of health and wellness, so it definitely touches people's lives. But I still want to focus more on investment. And Dr. Khalid, maybe throughout the experiences or the ventures that you have embarked on, do you think that there are specific examples or mechanisms for funding models that have been proven to be particularly effective in supporting early stage biotech startup and emerging technologies, specifically in the context of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia?
Well, as I mentioned earlier, the cost of investment in biotechnology is very, very expensive and high. So there is no special or unique model for investment in biotech manufacturing. However, based on my own experiences, I can say the best model is like combining the government with the private sector and partnership, where the government can, fund the projects, and the private sector provide their experiences and the know-how. And this model, I believe, it's much better than any other model, because when you go fully private sector investment, you will not find that many investors are interested in this kind of projects when it compared to any other projects. But when the government come in and fund the initiatives, that will make the project successful, sure. So the combination of private and public is the best model in my opinion. And the government also should invest more and facilitate and fund actually these initiatives. If the government planning to localize this industry, especially vaccines and biosimilar and biologics and those essential drugs, there must be kind of funding source that push and encourage the private sector to play their best roles in this industry. What we have now, we have SIDF, the Saudi Investment and Development Fund. That's end of the day, that's a loan. But when you have good incentives from the government, from any organization, that they have many initiatives this year and the last year. So many organizations are willing to support, but I feel there is no solid policy and system to encourage private sector to do or to support the government initiatives for localization.
Excellent. So on that note, I want to highlight what KAXT is doing in that I want to highlight what KAXT is doing in that kind of aspect, because in the health sector, we foster these relationships, being the national lab and having the open labs policy and giving access to startups and biotech entrepreneurs to come and experiment maybe through the channels within our colleagues within the Science and Technology Park. This is what we're trying to facilitate. Thank you, Dr. Khalid. Now, Dr. Mahmoud, perhaps maybe from policies and regulations, we maybe perhaps from funding, we would like to move more into, we've talked about policies, but I want to talk about how can these policies and incentives specifically be designed in a way that they would be fostered to attract more foreign direct investments into the biotech industry to foster those international collaborations and knowledge exchange?
That's a great question to think about, and one can learn from experiences. But let's take a look at some examples, right? One of which is government has two roles. One is quantity of funding and incentives, right? And those incentives we can talk about, but also the strategic direction. I wouldn't think about, sometimes we mistakenly think about government as passive funding. It's not passive funding. Successful government funding is strategic and directed, prioritizing the areas you want to focus on. You cannot develop clusters that do everything. So even, for example, you look at the NIH, it started at the National Cancer Institute. The government decided cancer is a focus. So that's one strategic, is decide what the priority is. And for example, for the kingdom, it'll be important to say what is going to be the priority in the region. It isn't one suits everybody. The second is, once that priority is focused, then what are the incentive schemes? Those might be tax benefits, that might be grants, which is essentially non-dilutive equity. That can range from startup all the way through to translational. That can be access to infrastructure, access to expensive equipment, and leveraging what exists already. And so essentially not only de-risking, but reducing the capital needed for startups to do that. And essentially think of it as shared services of a whole variety of models. All that can be achieved. The fourth is create an ecosystem of talent. We've touched on that, but until you have a critical mass of talent, both in science, operating, and technical, then you're not going to attract investment, but ultimately investors are investing in people and ideas. The infrastructure enables those ideas to come to life. So this is where that government incentives play roles. And the last piece I'd mention is clarity on IP and regulations. On the regulatory front, what is the path to market? Countries are developing their own regulatory environment. Historically, most countries around the world followed the European or UK model or the US model. In other words, you got a drug approved in the US or you got a drug approved in the UK, and then took that application and essentially edited it for the local version. Countries are moving past that. So what is going to be that path? And then on the IP side is clarity of both IP capabilities in terms of how you get IP, but then how do you protect it in the courts? IP is worth nothing until it's defensible. So these are all different avenues that a government can play to varying degrees to attract foreign investment. They're very critical to essentially encourage, but also provide confidence to investors. I hope that gives you some framework.
It does, but is that what Evolution is doing?
So Evolution, as a nonprofit, plays in many of these pathways. We provide non-dilutive capital for research across the world. So that covers what I call the extramural research environment. We provide venture capital, but in a way different to traditional VC, because our parent entity, of course, is a non-profit headquartered here in Riyadh. But it was the foresight of our chairman, His Royal Highness, the Crown Prince, that we needed to operate as a non-profit in order to accelerate this field. And to do that, we needed patient capital. But that patient capital has to be what I call smart capital, bringing scientists who understand the field deeply, that can then provide the endorsement and the credibility, which is what we do. And that allows the capital side to have the confidence to invest, but we're not want to be exclusive, so we invite the private sector to follow us. Having already done all the due diligence, we're more than happy to share that due diligence. And I encourage my friend, of course, Dr. Elian, and say, listen, we're here to serve all of the VC community. And that sort of is the Evolution model. And then, of course, we are looking at, what does an intramural program look like? What does our own research institution look like? And what does our diagnostic and therapeutics arm? So really, we're shaping all of that as well as the regulatory environment. We're working under the leadership of Dr. Salman on my team with the regulators on thinking about what does regulatory sort of reshaping look like in our field. So absolutely touching the whole ecosystem.
Dr. Abdurrahman, despite all of the support and all of the incentives and packages and all the regulation policies that we have heard about, are there any other additional challenges that still yet exist that you would want to touch on?
So, when I think of the biotech innovation ecosystem, I think it's progressing very well, but there is three main areas that need to be addressed. First, there is not enough exceptional talent that working under one roof. And I think the mass and concentration of talent, it's very much needed. You see talent and scientists in Saudi, but they are scattered. I was talking with Dr. Khan just a few minutes ago, and they found great talents everywhere in Saudi, from Jazan, from Taif, and what I think having one roof or coordinated effort to work, it would be great for our exceptional scientists. Second, although Saudi has been known for the availability of the capital, but there is still not enough capital going into the biotech, and I think over time this would solve itself. And third, which I really want to emphasize, we don't have a leader on the ground. When I talk about leader, not from the government side, but for people working on the ground, the scientist, the investor, the community, who can speak the language of the scientist and who can understand the need of the investor and who can bring the rest of the community behind the innovation. And if there is anyone or any organization who are potentially to take this role, I think it's Evolution under the leadership of Mahmoud Khan. Not only the leadership of Mahmoud Khan, but also the talent they have there. I know they have a global agenda, but they are also acting locally. And I think we can benefit from their ecosystem. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Khalid. Ranch, do you think that there are regulatory necessities that need to be in place to help investments in biotech? And how can these be addressed to promote a more vibrant and more competitive ecosystem that is, flourishing and thriving?
If I can, Dr. Patul, can I answer a question you asked 2 questions ago and then do that? I'll be quick. Because we were talking about talent, both Dr. Abdul Rahman and Dr. Mohammed Khan, and you talked about MNCs. I'll give you the world's largest and most clear case study. I was fortunate to be part of the most successful recruitment effort of any industry sector ever, which was in a 17-year period, we got 18 of the world's 20 largest pharmaceutical companies to put a lab in the greater Boston area. Average median size of that lab was about 275 people. Number of employees they moved in from other labs and other headquarters was about 15 to 25. In other words, 93% of the people that filled that lab came from the local talent base. I'll repeat that again. 93% of the people they hired in their labs came from the local talent base. So it's not, the metaphor is not, it's an apartment with a family and you get them a different apartment, different city. Think of it as the lab as a vacuum cleaner. Its job is to hoover up the talent that's right there. So if I think about the most important thing the kingdom can do, and I am going to get to your question respectfully, invest, and this is a 20-year play, in talent that cares about, loves, is incented to do science, and is funded to do it in high school, in college, postdocs, whatever. Then your question of policies, I'll just pick one, which is conform to clear international standards with respect towards human subjects and ownership. Your institutional review boards, to have your data, your research shared, your collaboration done, needs to conform to the human ethics standards, institutional review board procedures of human research that Europe and the US would have. Data ownership, and you and I have talked about this through SGP 1.0 and Saudi Genome Project 1.0 and 2.0. Much of the work was done early on. There was unclear ownership of the data, and as Dr. Mohammed Khan pointed out, if there's not clear ownership, it's valueless. So I think that's two things I would emphasize for the Saudi kingdom is international standards on human subjects research, including documentation of informed consent, and then absolute clarity of who owns the data.
Definitely. Thank you so much. Yeah, of course. It's both aspects are equally as important. Dr. Khalid, you talked about biotech companies needing large amounts of capital, and I would presume also access to specialized infrastructure, so infrastructure, equipment. What do you think governments and industry players could play a role of crafting together a system that would provide this infrastructure to foster innovation for biotech startups?
Well, I believe the Saudi government, they established the RDI Supreme Committee in March 2021. Then after 3 months from that, there was also an announcement to establish the RDIA authority, which was established in June 2021 as well. And last July, there was an announcement by His Royal Highness Crown Prince about the national aspiration and priorities for RDI. So the whole system now became reformed towards encouraging localization, especially biotechnology. And I believe we are just at the beginning. And the Saudi Vision 2030 has achieved many goals so far. And I believe when it comes to biotechnology localization, there will be very good successful stories, like I believe in 2030, if this movement and this encouragement policies and the support that's coming from the central government and coming from different organizations in the country, we will have very good infrastructure for the biotech in the near future, not in the very far future.
Definitely. And KAXT is going to be home to some of the very big infrastructure labs that are going to be open and accessible to biotech startups.
Yes.
Dr. Mahmoud, let's talk about risks and challenges that are associated with relying heavily on a single channel more than another, or maybe relying heavily on private partnerships for funding for biotech, and how can these risks be mitigated as opposed to other models and channels?
So thank you. Let me break your question into two components. There is no capability of any one sector or one source of funding to fund innovation in any industry. Whether it's engineering, automotive, biotech included. I also want to just remind us all that the largest biotechnology industry by scale is not in health, it's in food and agriculture. And so sometimes in discussions we converge on health, but biotechnology has been built on a base across Europe and North America, which actually started in agriculture. Many of those tools and capabilities were lifted from food and agriculture into medicine, not the other way around, including RNA and all the things that we hear about. And so really, if you want to build this ecosystem, coming back to the sources of funding, you're really funding at the ground level, the capabilities that then will be leveraged by different industries, which is where private sector comes in. Private sector likes to focus. The background has to be much broader. So that's one thing. And while we've been discussing health, there are many biotech clusters that invest across, and I think that's to be encouraged because the learnings can be applied. The second part of this is that private sector capital is relatively risk averse and short-term focused. And so if you just rely on the private sector, they're going to put their investments on what are called near-term bets. And with near-term bets, while you get quick innovation, you actually risk killing the pipeline of invention. And when I teach, I always think about invention versus innovation as two different things. What the national lab does in the US and here is a lot of inventing. What the private sector does is translates that invention into innovation. You need both those fundings. The last thing I'd like to suggest for us to think about is that while what Ranch said, and I want to build on what Ranch's comment, 50, 60, 100 years of infrastructure capability got us here. But we also have to learn from new innovation ecosystems. If you think about Singapore, what Singapore's done in the last 20 years was to accelerate by leveraging the learnings of existing infrastructures. And so what you're starting to see at Cambridge in England in the Life Sciences Park actually is a full 360. Boston learnt from Cambridge in sciences. Boston led the way in building a biotech cluster, and now Cambridge, England is accelerating again. The question I think we should be also asking here in the kingdom is not what is our 60-year plan, but how do we look at Cambridge, England, Singapore, more recently China, Melbourne?
International mobility, right? Bright young postdocs from anywhere in the world working in labs, going to another country to start a lab. International collaborations are really important. The other way international collaborations work is that often something we overlook, but in the private sector, it's rare that, not rare, but a number of times, one of the ways you finance a biologic drug for a mid-sized company is you sell rights to it to a big pharma company for other parts of the world. So you have to have a drug that you're pretty sure could get approved in Africa and the MENA region, a drug that could get approved in Asia and China. And so having an international, some common understanding of international regulatory and approval standards matters, because I would say in the US, 20 to 40% of our biotech firms at some point sell off rest of the world or regional rights as a way of funding. Again, back to the point about diverse funding. And finally, I think a great model is, just 500 miles north of us and west of us is Horizon Europe, where they've embarked on a large, originally Horizon 2020, now Horizon Europe program that mandates that for larger grants to be international collaboration, because they recognize the big problems are solved not only by the very basic science, by one investigator in her lab, wherever that lab happens to be, Jeddah or Singapore or Kansas in the US. They're solved by multiple people in multiple countries with different cultures, different perspectives, and different strengths. And so Horizon Europe, I think, is showing us the way of how to combine passionate individual investigators with their own lab that also coexist in a system that's truly international and starting to become a little more global.
Thank you. So you see that as maybe a formula for success, for having that kind of diversity, that kind of critical thinking going on to enable innovation.
As we look at the emerging economies here led by the kingdom, you can start to imagine similar regional collaborations. As political and diplomatic tensions ease, it becomes more rational to say science is a worldwide issue, and we can start to work beyond the constraints of one country, one PI. I mean, maybe that sounds a little optimistic, but.
Thank you, Ranch. Before I ask this panel about what everybody thinks, what the future is going to look like, maybe how's the future going to look like for biotech innovation, maybe perhaps I'd I'd want a more detailed aspect coming from Dr. Abdurrahman about how do you see the change being driven by VCs in that particular aspect. And then I'm just going to ask everyone to give us their opinion about what does the future look like, what do you think the next 3 to 5 to maybe longer term is going to look like?
So I think the 3 to 5 years, Saudi will come, Riyadh in particular, will become one of the main biotech hub globally. And if I want to divide this in 3 main factors, so one, I think there is the pipeline for startup coming out of the system, coming out of the national labs and others. I think we'll see this in the next few months or years. Second, I think any global great exceptional founders who are working in biotech will consider Saudi as a partner, either to access the market, develop something specific to the region, or at least to raise fund. And that, lastly, I think we will see a few biotech startups listed as IPO in the local market, which I think would be celebrated by everyone. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Dr. Khalid, what does the future look like?
Well, as I just said, the announcement of the national aspiration and priorities by His Royal Highness Crown Prince last year, the plan is for the next 2 decades until 2040. We're still in the beginning, but I'm very, very optimistic that within 10 years' time from now, we will be having very good infrastructure for biotechnology manufacturing and R&D, of course. We are just in the beginning.
Sure, thank you so much. Ransh, you've been involved with many strategies taking place here within the kingdom. You've seen the change happening. You've been actually living it with the team. So what does the future look like?
In part, I think the future looks like many Saudi research universities looking like what they aspire to, which is large, diverse, almost encyclopedic research institutions that would look like they were in Europe or Canada or the US or Japan. Second, I think it looks like, and again, sorry, but I just love talent is my thing. I think this is a highly educated, highly digital country, but I think we see a shift towards more science and STEM, and also what I'll call, frankly, commercial aggression about bringing things along. Not just science for science sake, but technology development to get a molecule that can go into a preclinical program, to get a medical device or instrumentation that be used in either research or human subject work. So that's what I see the kingdom doing, is building on its bases and starting to really start to move ahead. And that's not a 60-year vision. That's, I think, 5 to 10 years. I also say, I want to be careful. You know the kingdom and I don't. I'm just giving you my view, being privileged to come and visit some. So.
Thank you, Ransh. Dr. Mahmoud, what does the future look like?
So let me, I guess as we think about the future in closing, I'll touch on 2 parts of it, the why and then the what I think. The why we've touched on, right? You've got a young, educated population that's only going to continue to grow in size. Half the country's under 25, so as they go through their education, that's a great educated workforce. That's an advantage. You have a large enough market, which in the region is the largest market. You have a large enough population of residents that are committed to the country, and so are going to be investing their lifetime into the country. And then you have the capital and the clarity of vision. There are also challenges to solve, which actually is a good thing, because if there were not any challenges to solve, there wouldn't be the incentive and the opportunity for business. So whether it's environment, water, energy, alternatives, all of these things, health, there are challenges, there is commitment to do it. So all of that gives me optimism. And so what do I think about? Think about Saudi for Saudi, Saudi for the region, and Saudi for the world. That's how we think about it at Evolution. From that perspective, I think the solutions that can be found will be in biotechnology. if we think of all of the challenges I touched on, biotech is going to play an important role in food security, health security, environmental security. All these three things are part of Vision 2030, and so we're committed to it. The country will apply its resources to it, and that basically means that the sector has to grow with clarity of leadership and focus. I'm an operator, and as an operator, one of the things you learn is you have to be an optimist. I have every reason to be optimistic in this situation.
Absolutely. Please join me all in thanking our panelists, Ranch, Dr. Khalid, Dr. Abdurrahman, and Dr. Mahmoud. It has been an absolute pleasure having you here, and we thank you very much for your time, your insightful remarks and ideas, and we hope to see you again in the very near future. Thank you very much.
And thank you, Dr.
Ladies and gentlemen, We're still ongoing with amazing discussions and lots of exciting new topics. Right now, this panel is specifically for the space aficionados, with notable speakers partaking in this discussion named Global Partnerships in the Evolving Space Ecosystems. Let's welcome to the stage our amazing speakers, Mr. Matt Ondler, President and CTO of Axiom, Mr. Frank Salzberg, Acting Vice Governor for Space Communications, Space and Technology Commission, Mrs. Kimberly Washington, Executive Vice President of Deep Space Biology and founder of Space for Girls, Dr. Mariam Nouh, Vice President, Future Economies Sector at the King Abdulaziz for Science and Technology, and last but not least, Mrs. Rayana Barnawi, biomedical researcher and the first Saudi female astronaut in space. Welcome to the stage. And of course, moderating this session is Jeremy Jurgens, Managing Director and Head of WEF and the Center for the Fourth Industrial Revolution Network. Welcome.
So I'm Jeremy Jurgens, World Economic Forum. So it's a pleasure to be here with everybody today. And we're on the topic of global partnership in the evolving space ecosystem. We have a very distinguished panel of guests with us and joining here. And you know, space is one of those things that we often think of as still out there in the realm of science fiction and even fantasy, you know, far away. But it's become increasingly connected to Earth in everything we do here. And one of the things I hope we can show today is that space is not only about rocket ships and stars, but also has a direct impact on our daily lives. Some of you participated in an earlier session today. We talked about the role of weather forecasts that are improved by space technologies, the ability to navigate through our regular environments. And we see increasingly more and more applications on space in our daily life. I think another example here we see is also the dramatically falling costs that are taking place there, not only in launch costs, which have fallen by roughly 90% over the last 10 years, but also in the improvement of the technologies that are being used there. So for example, the optical software that's used in the instruments there have also had a 10x improvement. So if you look at the cost, you're looking at 1/100th of the cost for the same technologies that you would have had just 10 years ago. And this opens up space to an entirely new set of actors and individuals in there. Now, we've been partnering with Kingdom of Saudi Arabia and the Center of the Fourth Industrial Revolution across a range of technologies, AI, quantum computing, but as well space is one of those critical areas where the Kingdom is taking dramatic steps out in helping shape the utilization and application of these technologies through a range of areas. And so with today's panel, I'd like to dive a little bit into that domain. And you know, maybe I'd like to start with Frank Salzberger. Acting Deputy Governor of the Space Sector, Communication, Space, and Technology Commission. Quite long title there, so all there. You come with a distinguished background with the European Space Agency as an entrepreneur, and now bringing the talent, combining both of those experiences here in the Kingdom. I'd like to understand a little bit, how do you see the space-related activities that the Commission oversees, and how will they contribute to new economic opportunities, both at the industry level, but also for everyday citizens?
Thank you so much, and great to be with you, Jeremy. When we look into space, and of course it's about astronauts, and this is also the reason why I moved from the IT and from Apple to space. It's about the human. And when we look on that, but it's the smallest of the smallest, the market, even when it's the most attractive and most inspiring one. Then the people normally think about rockets, and I think rockets are 2.5% of the entire space ecosystem. When we think about space today, and we're looking to Earth observation, navigation, telecommunication, it's the backbone of our digital economy. It's the laser communication in the sky, not in the ground. So I think it's an enabler for all of the industries. And what comes in the next couple of years more and more is the fourth element, which will be then the entire exploration activities, which will be run as a business. Not mere state-driven only, it will be about production, it will be about permanent presence in orbit, on moon, and so on. So when we go to the first three elements where we have communication, navigation, and Earth observation, that's something why that is a good fit with the center here of the fourth industrial revolution, because there will be no autonomous flying, shipping, driving without a backup channel, which is telecommunication with satellites. You will GNSS capabilities to find your ways. Agriculture is unthinkable with Earth observation, navigation, and telecommunication. So I think space is becoming an enabler, and therefore I'm always saying for the people, they have to split a little bit what is the upstream, so building the infrastructure, and the downstream is utilizing that infrastructure for different technology fields. So, and we discussed before, the beauty and the interesting part is the intersection of these different areas. What is between agriculture and Earth observation or mobility, so how you can have robots on the sea, how you can have robots in agriculture, and I think this is the beauty which we can discuss also today before we go upper in the sky. And this is what CST as the regulator are always saying, we're not only the regulator and the judge, but also the coach. We want to enable industry helping and supporting this. And if there's no regulation, let's find the regulation together and make the regulation that it's industry friendly and kicks off the business, so that we jointly can hammer a dent into the universe and also making an honest buck out of it.
Great. Thank you, Frank. Now, you mentioned applications, and I'd like to turn to Kimberly Washington, Executive Vice President, Deep Space Biology, and founder for Space for Girls. Now, you've been directly involved in applications. I understand your company has a partnership or collaboration with NASA, and you've been conducting space biology research. Could you speak to some of the potential synergies between the kind of applications that Frank was mentioning and the research and data that you've had access to, and how you see that being brought forth?
Thank you so much. First of all, I would like to acknowledge the Center for Fourth Industrial Revolution, and I love the motto. It's not a think tank, it's a do tank. And as well, Klaus Schwab, who has such the foresight to bring together this global vision, and His Royal Highness, Crown Prince, for unleashing these initiatives throughout not only the kingdom, but using these platforms to leverage and build bridges throughout the world. And so in regards to the use of technology and advancements and our future in the space sector, we have our company, Deep Space Biology, we It actually, we came up with this idea to use a unique data set and build an AI platform, not really knowing the journey that it would take us to. And this actually was innovated through a master's in data analytics through Georgia Tech. We called NASA, and no one picked up the call. So we uninvited ourselves. We showed up to an AI annual meeting and proposed and pitched our idea to standardize 2 decades of biological research that our government has invested hundreds of millions, if not billions of dollars in. And with this data, you essentially need to be a data scientist or have a PhD in biology to actually utilize this research. And we've spent 2 years onboarding this research onto our platform, and with space biology data, we're now making major health discoveries. So understanding the value of space, and not space for space, but space for Earth, and bringing together these partnerships and leveraging technology to benefit humanity. This is something that I think is very important and not talked about enough. So thank you.
Before we move on to the next panelist, could you give some specific examples that you could see how this might impact healthcare or people's daily lives? So how would we see this translation, and do you have any sense of what timeline some of those changes might be visible here?
Absolutely. I'll share a story with you. So we onboarded 2 decades of biological research onto our platform, leveraging explainable AI. And we apply a quantitative and qualitative approach to evaluating this research. Through our relationship with NASA, we were able to engage with Mayo Clinic through a principal investigator that was looking around NASA Ames Gene Lab for solutions to a condition called non-alcoholic fatty liver disease. This condition affects 25% of our population. It's a genetic disease. There's no treatment, there's no cure. Currently, throughout the world, 10% of children have this condition. And we were able to collaborate in a pilot program together with Mayo Clinic, which resulted with space biological research. It resulted in a novel discovery for a potential drug target, which we are now validating together with Mayo Clinic. The reason that NASA has invested so much in this condition and research is 1 out of 3 astronauts that travel to space unfortunately have this gene because it is so prominent in affecting all of us. And we're able to leverage this discovery, this research, to not only protect and help humans here on Earth, but as well the future astronauts that travel to space. So that's one very small, exciting example, and we hope to leverage space biological research for major health discoveries here on Earth.
Great, thank you. Very exciting, and we'll have a chance to hear a little bit later on from someone who's already experienced space. But before I go there, I'd like to recognize Dr. Mariam New and also the King Abdullah City for Science and Technology. Now, Kimberly spoke about 20 years of data research, and I understand that KAXT has been building satellites for 20 years and has also been at the forefront of partnerships within the kingdom as well as globally. Could you speak a little bit around how you see the role of public-private cooperation and also, inviting in new partnerships, entrepreneurship, and so on, particularly in the space development program here in the kingdom?
Sure. Thank you, Jeremy, for the question. It's a pleasure to be here today with you. As you mentioned, KAXT has historically supported research and development in different areas, and the space sector has been one of the focal areas that we have worked on over the past years. We have developed over more than 12 satellites in collaboration and partnership with different entities around the world. Some of them were focused on communications, others were more focused regarding Earth observation. And with that space heritage, we developed a highly skilled workforce, people who have worked on all levels of the integration and assembly of different components of the satellite and subsystems as well. With that, we have been able to distribute that knowledge in partnership with different entities locally in Saudi Arabia, for example, by supporting local universities and providing them with access to our labs and special training programs, and also in partnership with the entrepreneurship and startup ecosystem. At KAXT, our future plans is to work closely with the relevant entities within the ecosystem, the Saudi Space Agency and different players, in order to maximize the output that we can generate out of the space economy. So as Frank mentioned, when you talk about the space economy, it's not only about general Earth observation or GPS, it's how you can utilize it for agriculture, how you can develop application for better urban planning, climate change. The potential are limitless and numerous. It's just about providing the right enablers to the ecosystem, either from access to streamlined data, APIs, in order to let their imagination and innovation create different kind of application that serve the economy locally and globally as well. Of course, partnership is very important, especially that the space sector is a global initiative. So working with the International Space Station, the different space agency around the world, whether in the US NASA or in Europe or other areas, it is very critical for us to localize the technology, transfer the know-how of different aspects of the technology and localize it here in Saudi Arabia.
Great, thank you, Dr. New. Now, when I was on my way to Saudi Arabia, I told my children that I'd actually have a chance to meet with an astronaut here. And I think you're a role model for many people, not only in the kingdom, but globally. And also as Saudi's first female astronaut, it's a pleasure to be here with you, Rana Barawi. Now, you spent close to 10 days in orbit, and I understand that you've been around the Earth 126 times. So I don't know, we talked earlier about the exponential change, what's taken place. You've been able to do that in such a short time. And not only that, as a scientist, you participated in over 20 research experiments there. I'd be curious to hear a little bit about your personal perspective and, how has this experience shaped how you saw space? So I can imagine you trained, you planned for it, but what changed when you came back? How did you look at space differently after you came back?
First of all, thank you so much, Jeremy, for having me today in this beautiful panel. Let me begin by saying that almost a year ago, I was selected as a researcher to go and conduct research in space. I would say that with the ambition of the Saudi Space Agency and its global partnerships, we were able to conduct a historical mission in space. And to me, I would say that now I can see that the future is very bright and the opportunities are endless for pharmaceutical and technological advancements. So maybe to share my side of the story, being able to conduct research here on ground and then going into the International Space Station and conducting research there, for me, maybe working in labs and working as a researcher, it always feels like home. You're always dedicated to help find that missing piece of the puzzle, being able to solve the minimum problems that you can see, maybe to change a life of a patient here on Earth. But at the same time, when you're able to conduct these experiments on board station in a specific environment that is not available here on Earth, then that help would not only affect the patients in one area or one country, but it will help the whole humanity. So I would say this is the message that it increased the responsibility that I have towards people here on Earth, and at the same time, maybe seeing space by itself, living there and seeing the overview effect of Earth when you're looking out the windows. Maybe at the beginning you would look for your city, your country, but when the days go by, you would see that this is the home for everyone. It is our responsibility to protect it, to find new technologies and advancements to help the people live better here on Earth.
Yeah. Now there's a number of, I'd still like to come back to you. So, there's a number of researchers that will be following us on the webcast and scientists looking at this. What are the kinds of things that you can do in microgravity that you can't do, here on Earth?
Well, maybe let me explain it simply by just saying that liquid solutions, they act differently when they're in microgravity. Here on Earth, we don't have a place that simulates the microgravity environment. I can indicate two things about microgravity that would help, or space that would help when we're conducting these experiments. First of all, microgravity environment provides more accessibility to the cells that we're working with. Here on Earth, we work with 2D dimension cells, but when we're in space, then the cells would live in their natural environment, so they would behave in a 3D dimension. For that reason, we are able to generate or produce treatment options that are not available here on Earth, maybe find a technology that could help us study these cells in a better condition. The second thing is the contamination in space is almost very minimal because the environment is very clean. We have to turn on fans for the airflow to go on, but here on Earth it is a little bit more challenging. So I would say that going to space, conducting the experiments in microgravity is more beneficial than on Earth.
Great. Thank you for sharing that. Very, very helpful, and I'm sure, again, inspiring for a lot of the people that will be following us here today. Now, I'd like to come to Matthew Undler, President and CEO of Axiom Space, and you actually helped make Rihanna's mission possible. And I understand this was the second fully private mission to the International Space Station, with another scheduled for this coming January. And the successes to date have already brought in additional funding there, with another $350 million raised. Congratulations on that. Being at the forefront of demonstrating how the private sector can take an active role in space exploration, how do you see the commercialization of space evolving?
Yeah, thank you, Jeremy, and thank you for hosting. This has been a great event, and I always get excited about talking about space. I will say that this is the second time in a week that I've got to speak to a crowd about space, and the second time following an astronaut, so it's a fun crowd to be part of, and the kingdom should be very proud of Ali and Rihanna. I spent 28 years at NASA. I got to see a lot of astronauts, and their performance was really exemplary and should make you proud, and certainly made us proud. I think this time period in space is really remarkable. When you think about putting humans in space, it's still a difficult endeavor, and the entities that have done it previously have been countries. The long-term humans in space have been done by the Russians and the US and now China. And to think that a small commercial company like Axiom Space can now have the resources to put humans in space is really remarkable. But it's really about, because of all the lessons learned, we've learned from the NASA and other governments, and because of advances in technology, we're now able to build a commercial space station and then realize the opportunities. And one of the opportunities, and Rihanna was mentioning it, is utilizing microgravity. We think 15 to 20 years from now, we're going to be surrounded by objects that we can't imagine how we live without, that were manufactured in space. Or the technology, the solution came from space. And it's because of that microgravity environment, molecules want to align the way they want to. That leads to materials that can be twice as strong as the same materials made on Earth. Breakthroughs in biomedical and pharmaceuticals are really just around the corner, and it's because cells react different in space. Stem cells grow faster, medical research can be done quicker. There's other examples like fiber optic cable that if you make it in space has 100 times the bandwidth of the same cable made on Earth, and so that has tremendous applications on Earth. So the commercial entities really enable that. If you look at NASA was able to do experiments and demonstrate these things like fiber optic cable, printing perfect retinal implants, but NASA's charter doesn't allow them to then manufacture it at scale. So having commercial opportunities, commercial destinations and space stations where you can manufacture things at scale, that's really going to enable things and really change the world. And that's the thing that we're the most excited about at Axiom is the things that we're going to discover and fix and make the planet a better place because of it.
Great, thank you, Matt. Now I'd like to come back to Frank. We had the opportunity earlier today to discuss, also the role of space and Earth observation, and this is also the kickoff with the Minute Climate Week. We're going into COP28, which is the whole world is focused on that attention there. How do you see space contributing to both climate adaptation and climate mitigation? This wasn't a prepared question, so I'm putting you on the spot here. But I know you've thought about these topics a lot, so I'd be curious, just in the context of where we are in the current environment, how do you see these applications in space playing a role there?
Yeah, Jeremy, it's always good to have a stress test to the regulator, how innovative we are, so I really appreciate that. Thank you so much. So when we're looking to climate change, so first, mankind would be not even aware that we have a climate change without Earth observation. So Earth observation is the X-ray or the ultrasound for the patient Earth, for the doctor mankind. When we're looking how we can tackle that, and there's the great initiative in the kingdom with the volunteering carbon capture company, which PF is. So it's important, whatever we do, that we track it. Because only when we track it, we can trace it, and then we can make it bankable, and then we also can invest into it. Because nobody invests into something you cannot track and trace. So, and I think that would be the future, because when you tokenize it or trackable, you make it bankable, and then you make it also tradable. And when we go for carbon offsets, when we go for creating of biomass, I think Earth observation is a unique tool to do that without being interference in the country. You can really do that from the sky. And for example, when you have a park, even when we're looking to our big project of the 100 million trees, you can calculate every year the biomass generated. How many biomass means how many CO2 is captured. You can quantify it, you can tokenize it, you make it bankable. So, and I think for all the offset deals and the discussions, even for emission of resources, you can all track it from space. So for me personally, I believe that the kingdom has this advanced understanding in terms of license regulation. And when you put in license regulation for space, maybe together with the right stock exchange and with the right companies and the willingness of the PIF and other companies, you can make really a new setup and a game changer when it comes to space and climate change. And sustainable does not mean that it has to cost money. Sustainable ideally means that there is also a solid business model behind it.
Great, thank you, and thank you also for being in the lead there. I was just curious to open it up if there's any other panelists here who would like to also comment on the role of space in addressing both the climate challenge there. And if not, I have some other impromptu questions that you haven't been prepared for.
I think it was hit upon, but Earth observation is certainly key, being able to observe not only the atmosphere, the oceans, being able to observe agriculture and deforestation. All those things have been enabled by satellites that have the high ground and are able to do that. I think also Rihanna touched on it too. I think the overview effect, you know, has a profound effect on people that have been to space and they come back and they see the world as the whole world. And the more people we can get into space that see the whole world as the whole world probably helps as well.
Before I come to you, Kimberly, Rihanna, would you be willing to speak to the overview effect and also your perspective on that in the context specifically of the environment?
Absolutely. Well, the way I see it is that once you look out the windows and you see the Earth, you see that thin layer of atmosphere that is protecting us here on Earth. That actually makes us wonder, what are we fighting about? Like, there are so many things that that we're thinking that we take for granted. Like here, we can breathe normally, we can speak normally, we don't have to think about doing these things. But then when we get trained at NASA on these specific tools and these specific devices, just to make us live comfortably, to be able to breathe, to speak, living in that capsule, pressurized capsule, and then looking at that confined environment that we have created as humans, but then we have the whole world to protect, the whole Earth to protect. I would say maybe the overview effect increases that responsibility. Every one of us, if every one of us took a time just to think about the things that they can do to protect our Earth, the climate change and all the things that are happening to Earth, they're happening due to some small effects that humans actually are doing, maybe because they have that idea of taking Earth for granted. But then when we think deeply about that, we can see that maybe one change that one person could do would help protect Earth better.
So I'd like to chime in first, acknowledge a great philosopher who coined the term overview effect, Frank White. And I'd also like to just share from my perspective as well as his exactly what the overview effect is. It is a cognitive shift that happens and a level of awareness when we leave our Earth's atmosphere. Something magical happens to every astronaut. They are inspired to come back and protect this beautiful planet that we live on. And the overview effect is really about becoming present and aware, and I think that we can actually experience the overview effect here on Earth as well. So just acknowledging Frank is a dear friend and an incredible human being to actually raise this awareness and share and spread this knowledge. And Rihanna, I just so deeply appreciate the work that you've been doing since coming back from space to really raise that awareness and especially inspiring women throughout the world.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Actually, what I'd say is that the duties of the astronauts begin when they're back from space. They're in space, they have a limited amount of time to conduct specific missions and to try to achieve them in that specific time. But then once they're back, they're here to tell their stories, to tell their challenges, the knowledge that they have learned, to be able to inspire a younger generation. Maybe 60 years ago, if us as humans, we haven't explored space, I wouldn't think that we'd be living in this technological advancements that we see here every day. And I would say this is our job.
Great, thank you. And Kimberly, you know, you're also founder of Space for Girls, and I think it's an honor here. You know, we have a panel talking about space, gender balanced, right, with 3 women, 3 men, but only one of us that's been in space, and being, you know, the youngest woman on there. How do you see your work and what can be done to encourage more women to go into STEM and science-based careers that you can share from your experience.
Thank you, Jeremy. First of all, I'd like to just say this is not about gender balance. This is about unleashing talent, unleashing the fullest potential of human capital. And as His Royal Highness mentioned, and in regards to the 2030 vision, that women make up 50% of our population. And by holding women back from accelerating and becoming leaders in the fields of STEM, as well as the space industry, we're actually holding back our fullest potential of humanity. So our focus with Space for Girls is really simple. It's about supporting women of all ages to see themselves, to actually see themselves in the roles of chemical engineering, aerospace engineering, astronauts, etc. And the way that we do that is, Rihanna is a representation of that. We have to have women that look like us, that look like them at the leadership levels. And we are talking about industrial revolution. The space industry worldwide is an industry revolution. And we want to make sure that no one is left behind, but especially the incredible, talented women. And so we partner from a global level with companies, governments, other organizations that will help open up the doors, as well as partner on the deployment of various education programs, especially hands-on. But one area that we really focus on, and we actually decided to put this at the forefront, is working on a program called Flourishing on Planet Earth, and allowing women to go through a process of learning how they remove these barriers and personal mindsets. Girls, when they come into this world, are given dolls. Boys are given the Tinker Toys and the STEM-related toys. So we've built these limited thinking and barriers. So it's very important for us to initially engage and work with women to help them remove these blockages. And so thank you.
Great, thank you. So here's for having rockets for all, equal access to rockets, and space toys there as well for all of them. Now, we spoke to a number of the opportunities. I think we'd be remiss if we didn't also speak to some of the challenges, particularly in the area of governance and policy. And is there anybody that would like to maybe speak to some of the challenges that they feel we need to collectively either address or consider as we look forward to the further development of space and some of the opportunities we've highlighted here? Yeah.
Yeah, thank you, Jeremy. One thing I'd like to add about inspiring people, though, we're very fortunate in space that it's relatively easy to inspire. We got big rockets and audacious things, and we send humans to places that the rest of us can't go, so it's kind of easy to inspire, but we need to make sure that we're inspiring everyone and that everyone can see themselves. There are a lot of challenges. Some are that it's still difficult to put humans in space and to get to space. It's enormously expensive still. Rockets is getting much cheaper, but there are certainly challenges there, and so it requires commitment, it requires some vision, it requires tenacity to build a space program. We've been working with a number of countries, and it's been very rewarding to see these emerging space activities in these countries. But it does take commitment and resilience and infrastructure and a body of a wealth of people that have been trained and have the desire to pursue space. So it's mainly in that infrastructure piece that's really required, I think.
So the infrastructure element, anything else anyone would like to comment there or share on for our consideration? Frank?
Coming from Apple, coming from IT, after over 20 years in the space industry, there was no better time to be in space than today. That's the first thing. There are companies which are supported, like ESA Aerospace, sitting in Munich and printing 2 rocket engines a week, advanced manufacturing. So this is something what we said this morning, where we heard about advanced manufacturing. Don't start with aviation or car, let's start right away with space. And then using with the national strategy of minerals and the titanium strategy, and then we go down. So I think, I know that students in the TU Delft, their master thesis, they sent a CubeSat in space. There's a school in Alcoba is doing the same. So I think now is the time for the people in the new space world to counter and show that there are other ways than maybe done before. And this is the job of the government and the entities to enable them to be the father, maybe not the father, but the uncle and the aunt to pave the way and giving the wings and letting them fly. So license regulation here in the kingdom, this is at least what I can commit from our side. We have our own national toolbox in future. If we have a license regulation which is not advanced enough or even hindering the innovation, then with the toolbox we will adapt it and change it. And I think this is the support we can do next to the financial. So it stays and falls with the curiosity which we have. And this is, again, we heard it this morning, 63% of the population of the Saudis are below 30. That means there is enough curiosity, enough will. So this is, I think, what we only have to enable.
Maybe I'll add one point regarding the human capital, touching on your last remark. It's very important to spark the interest within the space industry from early age. So programs to spread awareness to school students to get their excitement about the space economy and the future of different technologies that can be utilized toward the space industry is very important. In addition to that, having sort of like programs that support development and entrepreneurship activity or hackathons that solve challenges or different aspects related to space is very important. And I think we are here today in the garage, one of our latest incubator and accelerator, and they're doing a lot of programs similar to ignite and encourage the youth, the students to build creative and different kind of innovative solution to solve our challenges today in Earth.
Great, thank you. You know, another question, I think, Frank, you brought up earlier around this intersectionality. And I think all of us have actually worked in different intersections, right? Whether that's biomedical, actually going out and putting the experiments into space, you know, education, entrepreneurship, bringing those elements together. I think KAXT is interdisciplinary by nature. I'd be curious, or if I flip it around, when I speak to a lot of business leaders and policy leaders, I think they still don't fully understand how much potential there is there and how far we've come. I'd be curious from the group, any specific examples of this intersectionality that you think are easy for people to understand or that can help communicate both the potential we see here, but helping people look beyond kind of the traditional boundaries when we've thought around space applications and space activities.
It's a very good question, and next to my career, I was also, I think, for over a decade head of tech transfer at ESA. And trust me, I have not found an industry where we not have an area where you have an intersection. If it's healthcare, if it's everything. When we go to space, it's hard to sell it. And therefore I always take example. I know that Volkswagen, not Volkswagen, Porsche, the family holding, has invested in the rocket company. Why? Because they see we need seamlessness connectivity in future when we have autonomous cars and driving. So how to connect, this is one of the initiatives His Excellency the Governor of CST has launched. How are we connecting the skies? How are we connecting the last billions? Because we want to have seamlessness connectivity also across the borders for our ships, for our trains, for our cars, for our planes. So this is, and with connectivity it comes education and not everywhere where we can build a school. So it's all connected. So a society who has not a seamlessness connectivity, and I'm a son of 2 boys, the worst thing you can happen for my boys is no internet. And every father and mother knows that, then you are in the trouble. No internet, no Wi-Fi, you have a problem. And even I have a problem because I cannot be connected. So I think this is the intersections we have to foster, and that's difficult. So and all of the areas you have here with the 4th Industrial Revolution have an intersection with space. And so my dream would be, let's use this center to foster that. Maybe we'll not convince everybody, but by examples that we show every day, it works. If it's space weather, it's connectivity, it's Earth observation, navigation is the same. Without the navigation signal and time signal, we couldn't be able to manage our electrical grid, or not even connecting and synchronize our ATM machines or our 5G mast stations, so base stations. So this is, space is everywhere, but now it's up to us to bring it together. And I think with the 4th Revolution Center, I think that's the initiative is a great opportunity, and we put it now in our KPIs for next year, that we come up with 4 cool examples per sector.
Great. So that's one for seamless connectivity. And I'm going to ask all the panelists for one of these inspiring examples that doesn't actually have to be immediately available to us, but also from your experience that inspires you for something to work towards. Rihanna?
Yes, sure. Well, the way I would say it, that maybe this younger generation, when they think that they don't have access to space, for instance, then this would actually make them think that there are no opportunities. But providing more access to space actually broadens that private and public partnerships. Because every company, let's say in the private sector, would like to invest in space, but maybe they don't know how or how to get there. But then being in places like the garage here, or being in communication and connection and collaboration with other entities and agencies that are interested in the space sector, that would actually help reach that technology, help reach connectivity, help reach the answers to some of the pharmaceuticals that we have. Every sector actually could contribute to the space industry, and that actually would result in the bigger benefit to us as human here on Earth.
Maybe I'll share an example of one of the projects that we recently did in collaboration with the Ministry of Environment, Water and Agriculture. And it was basically a project that utilized remote sensing and Earth observation through the satellite images to detect and identify random farming. So what the team did in collaboration was to build an AI algorithm that can actually detect different areas where there is random farming is happening, identify the type of crops that are being that are there, and then send like an automated alert if there was no kind of approved farming from the ministry. The result of applying such system was to save the kingdom around 10 billion cubic meters of water in the first year that it was deployed. So this is one example of how Fourth Industrial Revolution technologies in combination with the satellite data can actually save this much amount of water, and it's, as you know, in the kingdom, it's a scarce resource. This is just one example, but there are multiple applications and areas where we can see a future benefit of utilization of, for example, AI and satellite images and data in order to improve the way that we are living.
Thank you. Kimberly?
So I'd like to touch on the subject of open science and democratizing knowledge. As we're so excited about growing this space industry, we as humanity need to come together and share knowledge. And this is how we will advance. This is how we will reach Mars. This is how we will protect humans, both in space and Earth. What we just experienced during the pandemic was a true testament to open science. And so this is something that I think as the future, with countries and collaboration in the space industries, if we can start to share knowledge, we can actually together start to cultivate new innovation solutions. And many of the jobs that will exist 5 years from now have not been created yet. So entrepreneurship is incredibly important. And, you know, back to creativity and inspiring curiosity, we need to enable the space for young people to actually know what to do with their curiosity and creativity and how to actually become an entrepreneur.
Thank you. Matt, last example from you, being quite close to it. What you're commercially allowed to share with us, of course.
And it's hard for me to share only one because I'm excited about so many things. And, you know, there's some things that are just because going to space, you solve hard problems, and solving those hard problems has applications in other places. Frank talked a lot about them. Every one of us used one of those, by the way. We all used Google Maps to find our way here this morning. NASA didn't set out to solve the Google Map problem, but they needed a navigation satellite. I think, though, the thing that I'm most excited about is the ability to manufacture and discover new treatments for disease. If we had a world 20 years from now in which we've conquered many of the diseases that so many millions of people suffer from, then all of the investment in space would have been worth that. If we can cure cancer, if we can mitigate heart disease, if we can cure some of these major diseases. And the things that we're seeing already, and we saw it on Rihanna's mission and the mission before, there are some really interesting and exciting things that are evolving around the biomedical and pharmaceutical areas. So that's probably the thing I'm most excited about seeing in the future.
Okay. Well, thank you for those examples, and hopefully with Axiom Space I can follow in Rihanna's space steps as it may be, and also participate in one of those future missions. But I'd like to thank the panelists today for a very inspiring panel, great examples, and also, you know, showcasing both the power of cooperation and collaboration, how it takes all the sectors of society working together with the private sector, with academia, with government. And I'd also like to thank our partners at KAXT and the Center for the Fourth Industrial Revolution in Saudi Arabia for making today's session possible. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, an exciting moment is about to start. Please take your seats. Ladies and gentlemen, if you'll please take your seats, we will shortly continue. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We now move on to a very exciting part of the forum where we're going to announce a signing of an MOU between the Center of the Fourth Industrial Revolution and the Ministry of Transport and Logistics Services. Please, if you'll allow it, come to the stage, Your Excellencies, Dr. Rameh al-Rameh and Dr. Munir al-Dasuki, as well as Dr. Basma al-Bahairan and Dr. Turki al-Mansour. يعطيكم العافية.
That's okay.
Congratulations on the MOU. If we can ask the teams of both the Ministry of Transport and Logistics Services and the Center of the Fourth Industrial Revolution to take a group photo with their excellencies. يجوا ياخذوا صورة معاكم يا a group photo. role of women in innovation, and how amazing that it follows exactly after astronaut Rayana was during her panel. I would like to welcome the amazing Dr. Inas El Isa to the stage, please.
Let me just get you.
It is such a pleasure to be here moderating this amazing session. We just finished the previous one where we found out that in Saudi Arabia, 50% of women are in STEM. As the president of the largest female university in the world, Dr. Inas, I want to ask you a question. How is the university equipping its female students with the skills required for the jobs of the future?
Thank you very much, Noor. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm so happy to be here. I'm really excited to be here. Thank you for the invitation. Thank you, Maali Dr. Munir. Thank you, Dr. Basma Al-Bhiran. It's certainly an honor to be here with you today. And what an easy question, because Princess Noura University is the largest women's university in the world, not just in terms of size, but in terms of number of students and number of programs offered in the university. Currently, within the university, 25% of our academic community, both staff and students, are in STEM colleges. And these are computer science, engineering, and School of Science. 15% of our students are in health disciplines. We have 5 health colleges. But let's focus on today's theme, which is innovation. And allow me to share with you a puzzling question. When I was invited to speak today on women in innovation, I asked myself, is innovation gender specific? What is the role of women in innovation? Let me start by sharing some of the numbers with regard to women in innovation. It may be surprising for some to know that gender diversity actually contributes into more novel and highly cited research publication. In a report published by BCG, companies with more diverse leadership teams produce greater innovation revenue. Now, this puts greater pressure on a university such as Princess Noura University, because we know that startups founded by women or co-founded by women require less investment or acquire less investment, but in the same time generate greater revenue. When I shared this information with Dr. Basma, she said, of course, that's known. Again, because we work with girls only within the university, and just like you'd mentioned now, Dr. Noor, 58% actually, not just 50%, of women graduating from higher education STEM disciplines in Saudi Arabia are females. More so in technology. So we have more graduating from computer sciences. And this is also reflected in the job market. The percentage of women in the tech workforce is greater in Saudi Arabia compared to anywhere in the world. In fact, Arab News published a recent report indicating that the percentage of women in the Saudi tech market is greater than the average European percentage of women. So we're proposing today an evolution from IT being information technology to IT becoming innovation using technology. And I will share with you a story, back to your question, how do we do this in Princess Noura University? I will share an example from computer science. We decided to create a culture fostering innovation right from the get-go when the student is enrolled in the university. And we defined a whole journey for students starting from admission. We expose them to new emerging technologies to develop the passion, the interest in these technologies. Once the student identifies their area of interest, they can move on to the knowledge acquisition, learning about this technology, its application, and this is not done just in the classrooms. This is done through boot camps, student clubs, extracurricular activities, really fostering this learning for the students. Perhaps the most important milestone in this journey is identifying the research questions or the innovation questions. So here, this is a golden opportunity for me to ask the audience to engage with Princess Noura University to create a hub, an e-innovation hub, where companies, private sector, public sector identifies real problems and make it available within this not just platform but total framework where we have the legal dimension covered, the IP and confidentiality components all set in place, and for students to chip into this e-innovation hub and take their problems. After that, the students move into perhaps the peak of their journey by exhibiting, after a whole year of working on their challenge, exhibiting this innovation in the graduation project. Princess Noura University doesn't want to just do that for its students, but we also celebrate the success of women in IT in all Saudi universities through an event called She Codes, where we in 2022 attracted 259 projects, of which we chose 90 projects to exhibit, with a participation of 285 students from 18 different universities. True celebration of women in tech. Beyond graduation, perhaps this is the most difficult stage for universities, but I'm sure it's not difficult for the audience here. It's the empowerment. It's incubating these projects that are ready to become products. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Inas. Yani, that was a very fulfilling and interesting presentation that you gave just now, and the information is just so compelling. And I came back from Rome a few weeks ago, and I remember someone told me, this is off script, but I want to have your ideas on it. They said it's unbelievable that 40% of Saudi females are heading SME companies, small and medium enterprises. 40%. And just 10 years ago, they weren't even allowed to have one. Now we have 58% of women in STEM and IT. Tell me about why are these numbers so large, and what is so compelling about it, and do you see it growing?
Vision 2030. I've been living long enough not to be able to dream the current status that we're living. Honestly, Vision 2030 went beyond and above. And I could say with confidence that for a woman, there is no better place nor time to be rather than Saudi Arabia in the era of Vision 2030. So it's, as we heard today, this morning, from the Minister of Industry, the holistic, collaborative, synergistic government entities, both working with the private sector and non-profit sector, all adhering to the 96 objectives of Vision 2030, and now we're living it.
And at times I always say Saudi women were always capable. It wasn't about lack of talent, it was about lack of opportunity. And now that those doors are open, what more do you expect to see because of Vision 2030, because you're the president of the university, because you have 33,000 students?
Of course, now as higher education institutions, we have inflection points, just like any business in the world. And perhaps let me share with you again our current inflection point, artificial intelligence. I think it's no surprise for everyone, especially when we talk about innovation, that for higher education institute, the biggest perhaps opportunity / threat is the displacement of 85 million jobs and the replacement of 97 million jobs. Are we as universities still teaching for and catering for the 85 million jobs that will disappear? And what competencies do we need for these 97 million jobs coming? Another thing, companies claim that 40% of their technology training goes into big data and artificial intelligence. We have a responsibility to actually prepare our students to be ready, techno-savvy, with AI tools to be ready for their workforce.
Are there specific government-led programs or policies that have effectively supported and promoted women in innovation and policymaking? What lessons can be learned from these initiatives?
One of the projects that Princess Noura University worked with the Ministry of Human Development was to train 1,700 female leaders, both from the public and the private sector. We did this together in partnership with INSEAD. The project was under the National Transformation Initiative, and we completed this cohort last year. So imagine there are 107,000 females invested in to lead within their sectors. We took the data, the know-how from this training the first cohort of 700 women, and we established a female leadership center. This center, hosted in Princess Noura University, offers business solutions, training, mentorship, networking, all supporting the advancement of women in the workforce.
That's unbelievable, because just 10 years ago, we didn't have any of these centers, we didn't have any of this empowerment, but you now lead 33,000 ladies into the workforce, equipping them with knowledge. I want to ask you a question about looking ahead into time. So what steps can be taken to further empower, other than the reasons you just gave, and encourage women to take on leadership roles in innovation? Because we know that 58% of women are interested in STEM, and I'm sure there's going to be plenty of jobs in the future. But what about policy making? What about recommendations that you would give for the future female leaders in your new university?
One of the things we're working on now is skills and value program. We call it سموق. سلوك, maharat, وجدان, قيم. سموق. So we know from cognitive behavioral theory that we change behavior based on our beliefs and our attributes. And so this is a huge parallel program to the academic program, to the classical program, where students are assessed on their values and basic skills, and then they're advised through this platform to go into the extracurricular activities, student clubs, to strengthen these skills and attributes. I'll share with you an example. I hope the Dean of Engineering is not with us today, because she often challenges me. We want to instill the value of empathy in our health students. And we said, if we can't do that, then the student is advised to go into engineering. And she argued, she said, but engineers have empathy as well. When we ran the experiment, we had the lowest empathy in the seniors in STEM disciplines. So now we had to do an intervention to instill empathy in our seniors graduating from STEM. So this is an example of what we're doing to equip them with the right set of skills.
This is the last question, and I wanted your closing thoughts. What message would you like to convey to aspiring women innovators and policymakers, and how can they navigate their career paths effectively?
It will be a surprise for some of the women here when I say network, 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 persevere, be patient, have the right grit, be positive. But the biggest message I have for women today is please be supportive of other women. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr.
Thank you. Shukran.
We just heard from the president of the largest female university in the world, Dr. Inas Al Isa, talking about all of these exciting attributes and women being in STEM. And now we're moving on to our next panel. and it's called Agtech Innovation for Global Food Security. Please come to the stage our speakers, Dr. Abdulaziz Al-Malik, Deputy Minister of MIWA, Dr. Prushtam Kaushk, Head of the C4I4 India, Adair Gallo Jr., CEO of Traxi, Suzanne Tate, CDO of Smart Oasis, and moderating this session is Shelley Trench, Managing Director and Partner of BCG Dubai. Welcome to the stage.
So we leave. So good afternoon, everyone. It's great to be here, and I think a panel with a little bit of a different flavor at the moment. We're going to talk about Agtech and the role that the fourth industrial revolution can play on this topic. To introduce myself, I'm Shelley Trench, Managing Director and Partner with the Boston Consulting Group. I lead BCG's climate and sustainability practice within the Middle East and sit on our global leadership team. It's quite exciting to be here today because when we think about climate and sustainability, we are addressing the 9 planetary boundaries. Quite often our conversations revolve around emissions, but there is so much more that we need to be dealing with in this moment. At the same time, we recognize that as we look towards 2050, we need at least 60% more food to feed populations. We also recognize that the amount of arable land that we have is on decline and is going to continue to decline. With those challenges, there's still quite some opportunity in front of us. What we see, and some of my panelists will introduce themselves, is that as we look forward, the ability to drive efficiencies with precision farming, with artificial intelligence and with other technologies is on the rise. And actually, right here in Saudi Arabia, we're beginning to see quite some applications of those. With that, I would like to ask my panelists to introduce themselves. And just in time, we have Dr. Abdulaziz.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Abdulaziz Al-Malik, Deputy Minister for Research and Innovation at the Ministry of Environment, Water and Agriculture.
Thank you. Next, we have Purushottam from the World Economic Forum.
Good afternoon, everyone. This is my first trip to Riyadh, and I'm super excited to be here. Thank you, C4IR KSA and Basma for inviting us and having us. I am heading the C4IR India, pretty much a sister center of C4IR KSA, and I am here to share some learnings from our Agtech initiative in India, and which possibly may have similar synergies, and C4IR KSA is also having a similar initiative, AI for AI, and we'll talk about it.
And Puru is being very modest. I think he is at the forefront of how do we bring cutting-edge technologies to the masses. And doing that in India with farmers is something that we can learn from, not only in terms of the benefit, or let's say the social benefit, but I think also in terms of how do we capitalize on the economic opportunities going forward. Next, we have our entrepreneur. We have Adair Gallo.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Adair Gallo. I got my PhD at KAUST, King Abdullah University of Science and Technology. And during my PhD, we developed research in agriculture, how to grow food, crops, trees, native trees in arid regions. And after my PhD, we started a company with my previous advisor. The company is called Teraxi, and we are currently incubated at KAUST, and we are basically re-engineering the soils in Saudi Arabia.
Very good. And Ms. Suzanne Tate, may I ask you to introduce yourself?
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you so much for choosing to spend your time with us this afternoon, and thank you, Basma, for invitation and really warm welcome. My name is Suzanne Tate. I'm from Smart Oasis Farm. I'm the Chief Design Officer. We are controlled environment technology in agriculture, a modular, hyper-local, and water-independent solution. And we try to integrate our solutions within rural and urban landscape with a mission to make our farmers and food growers much more resilient and ready to face challenges in the next decade. But I think through collaborations, we like to say that we are in business of nourishing people.
So on the panel in front of you, I think you have a great mix of private sector, public sector, research institutions, and startups. I wanted to start with you, Dr. Abdelaziz. Can you tell us a little bit about your perspective on the role of government in driving policies and regulations that will move all of these sectors forward in a coordinated manner?
Sure. First of all, before I start, I would like to thank the World Economic Forum and the Center for Industrial Revolution, and personally thank His Excellency Dr. Munir and Dr. Basma for their vision and leadership, and for providing us with this platform where we can actually convene together with such an esteemed leaders and experts. Of course, so I will speak on behalf of MIWA here. I think environment, water, and agriculture sectors are very crucial for the advancement of the sustainability goals of the Vision 2030. Vision 2030, if you look carefully, in its essence is a sustainable future for the kingdom. And you can find sustainability in everything the government of Saudi Arabia is doing, from policy development to planning to investment to infrastructure. And of course, due to the challenging climate and limited water resources in the kingdom, I think innovation becomes crucial for protecting the environment and better managing the water resources, and better and cultivating food that is not only sustainable but also affordable and easily accessible. And government role in all of the above cannot be overstated. They are essential in providing or introducing sustainable policy and providing, let's say, a framework for change. Therefore, MIWA, for example, is implementing a strategic plan where we, with the vision actually to establish a research and innovation ecosystem in the sector of agriculture and environment and water, of course, that foster the deployment of technologies towards achieving the sustainable goals of the kingdom. And I think the government in that context need to devise policy interventions where it can actually lead a collective effort from all parties interested to join that cause and to be able to move the needle towards the right, of course, the desired destination.
Very good. Thank you for that. And I would like to move to you, Adair, because I think it's very interesting the work that you're doing with Taraxi, which we're very proud of as a Saudi-born startup. Can you tell us a little bit, as these policies and regulations come into play, is that enough? What do you need to scale technologies and to bring them to market?
Well, I'm learning myself how to do innovation, actually. And I started as pure research. We were at KAUST, I was doing my master's, and we were basically working on challenges, like how can we really conserve the water in the soil. And then we started playing with sand, we made it hydrophobic, and so we observed it kept more water in the soil. And slowly and gradually we started learning more about that system, about what was needed for the plant to grow a plant and so on. And all of that was possible because we were in the right environment. We were at KAUST, we had all the support, we had the funding to conduct that research. And I think in innovation, what's really important is to allow for mistakes, to allow for error. So innovation, I think in my opinion, is basically trial and error. You keep trying new things, you keep failing, you keep learning from your failures. And I think an environment that's conducive with innovation has to allow for that. And on top of that, I would also add, of course, you want to minimize the mistakes, the errors. And what really helps is to have a group of people with different expertise. So it doesn't necessarily need to be in your startup, in your company. It could be like, for instance, in an incubator that shares those resources, those teams of engineers, for instance, are shared resources. So I think it's really like a set of attitudes, a set of actions that bringing together can really like drive forward innovation and really like direct innovation. Like we want to create some real world impact. We want to solve this and that problem. How do we do that? Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you for that. And I think as we think through, let's say, Dr. Labdouz's point on how we bring policies to market, yours on how we scale the technologies, Puru, I'd like to come to you because agriculture, I think, is quite a complex sector because those technologies, we need to create change on the front line with hundreds of thousands of farmers globally, if not millions. How do you think we can break through in terms of the education that is needed to ensure adoption of technologies?
You're so right. So the challenges that where I'm coming from, India, is even like huge. We are talking about 145 million farmers who are serving, I think we are the biggest or the second largest agriculture producer. The challenges are more on small holding farmers because out of this 145 million, almost like 87% of them are small holding farmers having a farm size of 0.5 hectares. For them to understand, make them understand technologies is like where the starting point itself is like way too. And 3 years back when we launched this initiative, AI for AI, we did it with the industries. We got all the startups together and the government policy makers. And we extended these workshops over 8 months. There are almost like 45 big workshops which we did. And we derived this framework. Now, while we look at this whole structure, the biggest problem has been capturing the data itself. And that's what we realized while we will have amazing innovations coming in from tech startups, it is very difficult to know what exactly is moving on the ground. So realizing like how do we get the farmers to upload the crop images, how do we use remote sensing, how do we use IoT sensors, how do we use drones to capture all the data. And once you have the data and all the data sets, you have to marry it with the historical as well as the current market data available. Put AI on top of it. And that's what is called AI for agriculture innovation, and deriving intelligence from this and then giving it to distributing it to the farmers so that they can act upon it. Providing digital advisories to the farmer on how should you seed, how would you put fertilizers, and at the right time and how much and which one, putting up pesticides and then looking at harvesting side of things, figuring out like how do you reduce the wastage. That has been a big task to provide them technology and adapt to them. Now it has been a big journey, and some of this has been also we have seen because farmers take the highest risk. They don't really understand these challenges on soil health dynamics, which there you mentioned. They don't understand like how the prices fell. 2.5 months back in India, the tomato used to sell at around $2.50 a kg, and everybody was crying about it. Today it is 5 cents, and farmers are still not the beneficiary neither at the time nor this time. Similarly, there are around 9,000 farmer suicides which happen every year, mainly because of the challenges of climate change, and they are not able to get the financial difficulties around it. So to solve some of these, we looked at how do we capture all this data, put AI on top of it, provide technologies to the farmers, and then also solve some of the other associated issues which are coming up. Now it is almost like now 3 crop cycles, which has taken us over 18 months to see how do we impact these innovations, bring these innovations, what is the real impact? Because sometimes it's good to be on charts and possibly show that, okay, how these things are working, but then it is difficult to figure out like how do farmers adapt to these technologies. And we were like pleasantly surprised when we saw the impact study which just came up in September last. And there is an increase in yield about 8% from the same 0.5 hectare that they used to plant. There is a unit price increase because we were using AI for creating a digital certificate for the crop produce. We were using digital platform to connect the farmers to the buyers, looking at bringing in all the market supplies and solving the demand issues, and then using the digital advisories. The increased revenue itself was 13% because you could connect to more buyers, these farmers could. And this is a chilly growing belt of 7,000 farmers in one of the districts in Telangana. There is almost $2,000 per hectare incremental profit with just an investment of $50, which is actually doubling our farmers' income, because in India the farmer income on a farm size is so small that farmers can double the income. And using this impact, government has taken an action that they have expanded this whole project to 500,000 farmers in one small state. And the Union Ministry of Agriculture is looking at this initiative and saying that, okay, how do we ground these amazing technologies which are going to change the impact, bring the impact on the ground? And they are looking at, from the national scale deployment, bringing in scenarios of AgriStack, which is enabling the whole, like a central level data enablement for 800,000 startups which can bring these innovations on the ground.
Thank you for that. And congratulations. I think that the work that you're doing with C4IR is quite phenomenal. We, as BCG, work with major clients on this, so the Unilevers, the Ciscos of the world, and we know even in those aggregate organizations, it takes a lot to make change happen. So I cannot imagine if you're dealing with 500,000 clients, how complex it might be. Suzanne, we're seeing pockets of excellence. And you've been around the sector for a while, looking at an intersection of agriculture and technology. How do you think we're doing at the moment? What is your sense of urgency, scale, how fast we need to move?
Thank you, Shirley. It's been actually really refreshing to hang out for a day in a room with people who are trying to bring about meaningful change. So thank you all for coming and trying your best, particularly if we think about our human-made world systems are on a path to extinction. We already crossed our planetary boundaries, and agricultural food system is no exception in this case, yet we still have 3 billion people every year not being able to have access to nutrition and healthy diets. And if you were here earlier, you probably heard Dr. Mohammed Al-Sagaf talking very eagerly about the need for talent. We know how important the nourishment of the brain is when it comes to food. So this is 3 billion people's potential wasted every year. So I think as an agricultural industry, we've got a huge amount of work to do really fast. So I'd say all innovation all at once should be brought forward. We've got to do this collectively across all sectors to really try to enable access to healthy diet en masse.
Thank you for that. And I think as we think about your point, part of what I'm getting out of that is that we move faster together. So I'd like to switch a little bit now to talk about collaboration and come back to you, Dr. Abdulaziz. I think that you know as well as I do that bringing together public sector, private sector, research institutions, non-profits, individuals, when I say individuals, communities, is quite important. So can you talk a little bit about how these partnerships can be fostered in a way that we can drive Agtech innovation where we need it most?
Of course, collaboration is key, and I think especially in the innovation sector and agriculture innovation sector is a very complex terrain to navigate through, and I think we need the collective effort and resources of each and every party that is interested to join the cause. Of course, there are, again, from policy setting perspective, there are multiple ways and pathways to foster collaboration between different types of parties, private sector, academic sector, third sector, and so on. I think the most important way to foster collaboration is to agree, is the agreement between all the parties on a common vision. I think without this, collaboration will be impossible. And in my opinion, governments need to include private sector, academic sector, and third sector, and so on, in the design of innovation policies, agricultural innovation policies, from the get-go, and not leave them until the end for feedback and or so. I think this is very key. Not only this, let me add additional way of fostering collaboration. We need also to provide platforms for continuous dialogue throughout the execution of innovation policies, of agricultural innovation policies. We need to, as government, we need to be able to intervene as early as possible in the process whenever corrective measures need to be taken to optimize the course of action. I think this is very, very important. Additionally, I think government can devise policy instruments to target the linkages between different partners. For example, funding collaborative research between academia and industry, funding technology transfer projects such as pilot projects or scaling up innovation, moving them and pushing them to the market. Last, I think it's also very, very crucial and important is to create platforms where accurate, precise, and up-to-date information and data can be shared in a timely manner. This is, I think, from at least from my humble experience with engagement with other stakeholders in the ecosystem, that was very important to them, and I think this is very crucial to provide to your partners in the journey of innovation enablement. And I would like also to take this opportunity to refer to one of our initiatives at MIWA that is taken into consideration all of the above. We are about to, of course, with the partnership of the Research, Development and Innovation Authority, we are about to announce our first of its kind Agri-Food Technology Alliance. This is a national alliance which acts actually as a national umbrella organization to bring a diverse yet complementary ecosystem of partners, if I may, brings them together and with the aim and with the purpose of creating and building a community of interested parties, catalyzing research within its members and beyond, and lastly, informing both actually public policy and the policy of the organizations and the members of the alliance. And gladly, we have now more than 20 entities committed to join, and this is an open invitation for. This is not by any means an exclusive club. Please feel free to reach out to us at MIWA or maybe to our partners at RDI Authority to join this alliance. We need each and every efforts of all entities involved in the innovation sector in the kingdom. Thank you.
Thank you. Congratulations on the alliance. I think you raised some very powerful points on collaboration, especially when we talk, as you said, about platforms, interlinkages, and interventions. You touched on a very important point, which is real-time sharing and data analytics. So I want to bring that back from, let's say, the government down to the grassroots, and maybe to you, Adair. With what Taraxi is doing, you are dealing with phenomenal amounts of data that is going to start and continue coming in from your customers and clients. And Peru actually mentioned this before. How do you see us being able to drive collaboration on the data that we will have coming in from IoT, all of these analytical platforms?
Yes, indeed. In our project, the development, in the research, we use a lot of data. We gather, data on soil chemistry, on the fertilizers, on the soil microbiome, plant health, irrigation. So it's an array of so many parameters that sometimes it's overwhelming for us to interpret and to understand and to take action.
And you're the PhDs.
Indeed. So I think our job as innovators and policymakers is really like to focus on the end user, on the farmer. How can we make this technology accessible for the farmer? And in a way, like, how can we lower the entry barrier? Like, how can we make it simple enough, intuitive enough, that's helpful, that can be actually used? So it's a challenge. I don't have the answer for that. But for instance, in my case, in the work that we're doing with the carbosoil, we are working now on techniques to apply the material, because we know that if it's really difficult to apply, the farmers are going to be reluctant for application. So we're really working with farmers and trying to learn from them. What are the current practices? How are they doing? How are they growing crops now? And then we just try to merge new technologies into their current practices in a way that it's going to be a lesser of a barrier for them to accept these new technologies.
Let me follow up on that. When we think about Agtech, for a company like Taraxi, how do you find that balance between focusing on the large institutions and the small farmers?
Well, I try to first of all focus on the plant, right? So I always try to clear my mind and think, okay, what plant are we trying to grow here? Is it like a tomato? Is it a vegetable crop, or is it a native tree? And then from that thought, I go one step back, and then I think, okay, what is needed for this kind of plant? So if it's a desert tree, it's a bit more resilient, so it needs less inputs. And then based on that, we're interacting with different levels of people. If we're thinking, okay, let's optimize the soil for growing native trees, then we're talking with the giga projects here in Saudi Arabia. But now if we're talking about, okay, how do we grow tomato in the open field? What is needed there? How much of this carbosoil biochar do we have to apply? So then it's a different mentality. Then we have to understand, the small farmer, what they're doing, what are their motivations, how they're going about their business.
Very good. I like the approach, which is essentially to focus on where value can be added. Peru, I want to bring it to you now. We have seen quite a bit in this sector that the lines between subsectors within the agri-industry has become quite blurred because of technology. So typically we would have our equipment, fertilizer, seeds, but that's all blurring. What do you think is happening and needs to happen when it comes to a blurring of boundaries so that we can have faster transfer of learnings?
So one of the biggest objective that we had was public-private partnerships, and possibly that's where it leads to. And this is a very complex sector. This is, and especially historically, the role of the government, because we were dealing with 60% of the population dependent on agriculture, it was predominantly procurer as well, buyer as well, in terms of like procuring and then buying the crops. Then also policymaker and program implementation, financial subsidies. So most of the roles were being done by government. Now with all the science and innovations coming in from startups and large industries, this needs to be married. And government role has to become more of an enabler here on the ground to really make these things work. And the challenge is, because as I said, on a small holding farmer is a bit more difficult to push it down. I would say give you 3 specific examples of how government has been able to do it, and then we are trying to help getting all these players together on the ground. One big play has been on agriculture data.
Okay.
We looked at like all set of 800 odd Agtech startups, and we figured out that we certainly need to go deeper down, and one of the biggest need was the opening up the agriculture data stacks. There are 17 such data sets which we realized, and then we are looking at how can government open up and then industry can partner with them. So one of the states recently launched up agriculture data exchange in Telangana, and that's enabling most of the startups to reach out to those 145 million smallholding farmers, giving them the best of the technology, products and services. The second big enabler has been the sandbox. Now, Sandbox, like many of the Agtech startups, come up with some amazing technologies, and they claim like, okay, I am 95% accurate or 98% accurate, but then where do you validate this? Where do you really kind of work with the agriculture domain scientists to kind of co-innovate some of these solutions? So bringing these technologies on the ground with the research institutes on the ground, like there is a big chunk of agriculture research universities, and I'm sure each of even KSA has some of those amazing ones. Getting these startups to come and co-innovate with the agriculture domain scientists, understand the crop-related issues, and then all the fertilizer, pesticide issues. That's where the best of the synergy is coming in from. They're co-innovating, they're validating the solution before scaling it out to everyone. And third big role has been that how do you really bring the trust with the farmers and connect the technologies? Now, for every village, there has been an agriculture kind of an entrepreneur who works on the behalf of the government, collecting crop images and then working with the farmers. There is an extension officer who works for every 5 or 6 villages, and then there are some science centers who work on soil health and giving them fertilizer advice. Now all this infrastructure has been and resources have been enabled by the government under a kind of a policy, and then few states are experimenting it to make it work for the startups. Startups don't have resources to reach out and connect with the farmers. So this is a third big example which is happening in some of those states. Now converging all of this is what we are calling it like a public-private partnerships and making some of these work.
Thank you for that. Suzanne, with Smart Oasis Farms, you deal with many different types of risk, technical risk, commercial risk as examples. Can you give us your view on how Agtech risks should be shared along the value chain?
What control environment can do is offer resilience and protection to our food growers from total failures instigated by the climate. Yet it's not available to a majority of our small and medium food growers. It may be available slightly more in the developed world, but in the developing world, it certainly is not the case. Yet, all the risk is with our small, medium farmers, and the onus on them to produce our food ever more efficiently and increase the productivity is constantly on them. So I think there is a really important question to be asked. If we can somehow de-risk them through collaboration with government, private and public partnerships, and share that responsibility with them so they can adopt new technologies. I think there is a two-way problem here, not only making technology affordable and commercially viable, particularly with the new innovation, but also inspiring our food growers to wanting to use it, motivate them to want to learn about it, and then grow their confidence so they actually adopt it along the regenerative and permacultural way and move away from that massive industrial agriculture vehicle that we created that's leading us into a car crash. So I think, yes, it is very important to reevaluate how we share risk.
Yep. One of the things that we have observed is that the more that we have the big players in partnership with smaller fragmented players, the better that we have the risk sharing. So we see IBM doing a lot of work. We see a lot of large technology players, Amazon, Microsoft, SAP, AWS, and probably what we need is to see a lot more of that. Dr. Abdulaziz, coming back to you. As one of the leaders for the Ministry of Environment, Water and Agriculture, what are some of the ways that you think that Agtech innovation can address environmental challenges while reducing environmental costs?
Sure. This maybe goes back to the critical nexus between environment, water, and agriculture, and we are dealing with this challenging frontier every day.
In a country where you need to work with high demands on economic growth and risks on food security.
Exactly. That's why we are now placing innovation at the heart, at the center of our forward-looking agenda. So we believe that innovation is becoming a necessity, okay, that we need to embrace fully and to go aggressively. And the few initiatives I've just mentioned a few minutes ago, just a tip of an iceberg of other and other initiatives that is already either ongoing or about to be announced, with the collaboration, of course, and partnership with the Research, Development and Innovation Authority. But the short answer for whether agri-tech innovation can, of course, mitigate the risk of environment, of the environmental impact of traditional agriculture, yes. I think this can be done by revolutionizing the traditional farming practices, techniques, and methodologies. For example, alternative farming methods such as precision farming can significantly reduce the resources allocating for agriculture, such as water, fertilizer, and pesticide. Smart irrigation optimizing will help optimizing water usage. Biological pest controls will limit the use of chemical pesticide, which are very harmful to the soil and the environment in general. Efficient supply chain management will minimize the food loss along the supply chain of food. Efficient livestock management and mitigating and reducing the methane emissions by dietary adjustment to the livestock, and many other areas and opportunities for agricultural innovation. I think the impact is huge, and but also focus is important. So we need to, strategic focus is of high importance, and we need to focus on the technologies that are, at least from our perspective at MIWA, technologies that have high market readiness and high impact on and significantly address the needs and the challenges that MIWA is facing every day in its operations. Thank you.
So I like your framework. We're consultants. We love frameworks. So I'm going to start with a question on that with Suzanne and then work our way down as we come to our final question on the panel today. When we think about existing enablers or technologies that are high impact, already proven, what is out there that exists and you think should be scaled today but is not? How do we move forward?
There is so much innovation happening around the world at the moment, and just being a part of the World Economic Forum uplink cohort that Smart Oasis has joined as a top innovator back in spring, that Adair is also a part of, we realized how much of technology and innovation complement each other's in finding the best solutions to make our agricultural environment way more efficient and productive. So I think it doesn't really matter whether it's precise irrigation, whether it's water harvesting systems, whether it's controlled environment agricultural solutions, whether it's Internet of Things and artificial intelligence in giving us data on plants' behavior or human behavior to improve our supply chains. I think what we need to look at how we can collectively merge these solutions to create the farms of the future. I think too much is happening in the silos at the moment, and this is going to require cross-sectors effort. We need to engage health, we need to engage education, we need to engage manufacturing industries, we need to engage data gathering and make it open source so it can have an impact on mass.
So in terms of technologies that are already out there and should be scaled, and I would like to connect this question with the previous one on how can we use the Agtech innovation, to drive sustainability. And I think we can, if we think about the biggest challenge we have today with climate change, which is driven by CO2, in order to reduce the CO2 concentration in the atmosphere, we have to input energy. There is no way around. That's why CO2 is there in the first place, because we use it to take energy from hydrocarbons. So, and taking that, agriculture is the biggest footprint that we have on the planet. About 1/3 of the surface, of the dry surface area of the planet is covered by agriculture. So what are plants? Plants basically are solar panels that are taking CO2 from the atmosphere, using solar energy and binding that CO2 in the form of biomass. But the challenge is, after the plant dies and decomposes, the CO2 goes back to the atmosphere in a cycle. So I think biochar is really like something amazing in that regard, because biochar basically is taking that waste biomass and converting it into something that's really stable for hundreds of years actually. And we're basically removing the carbon from that cycle and storing it in the soil while improving the agriculture, improving the fertility of that soil. So I think that's really one of the technologies that already exists. Of course, it's not at that scale, but I think it really makes sense for us to drive and push it to become more widely adopted.
Thank you. Peru, you're working with the farmers. What's the great unlock here?
Through our learnings, what we have seen is that while there are amazing technologies across all the whole value chains, but then one of the biggest need is on the ground is technology outcomes as a service, where sometimes it's difficult for farmers, especially smallholding farmers, to assess what individual technology will really bring to me. And that's something which we have been working on. Let me try to explain it through an example which possibly will help. India has one of the big crop, cotton, which is also gets infested by a pest called pink ball worm and damages significant amount of crops usually, and it depends on some weather conditions and soil conditions as well. And this is a 32% of their input cost comes in only from pesticides. The other big challenge that we have in India is that the pesticides put in practice, and they're usually like either doing it very unsafely through bare hands, or there are other challenges. 98% of these pesticides is actually not addressing the specimen. It is going into soil and it's going into water, so practically damaging everything. Over and above, there are like significant number of deaths which happen of farmers because of the the pesticide conditions and skin diseases and neurological disorders and all kind of challenges. Now we have been working on this value chain, trying to understand how do we solve some of this. And farmers are now uploading the crop images and we are using AI to give them specific advisories on which pesticide do we use, when do you use, how do you apply it. And there has been almost like over a study of pilot of around 160,000 farmers across 3 different states, we saw that there has been 19% improvement in profits purely coming in through improved yields as well as the reduced cost of the inputs. Now that's something which, now looking at this whole thing, what is the input element into as a cost and what is the profit? It is a perfect case for technology outcomes as a service which can be applied on the whole cotton value chain, where organizations can work together and then can make this partnership work. Government also has a role in this to enable the last mile connect through data systems. Now this is the need of the hour, I believe, as that instead of looking at technology use cases or individuals, maybe AI, IoT, blockchain, they're all amazing technologies, and now with generative AI as well. But then how do you make it outcome driven as a service model and not like a product or a sales model?
Thank you very much. Dr. Abdulaziz, so we've heard from the panelists about where they see their priorities or where they see the priority could be. So with Suzanne, we heard about collaboration, open sourcing, cross-sector collaboration. From Adair, we heard about the scaling of high-impact technologies that are already proven. And from Peru, we just heard about the importance of advisory and education in scaling those solutions. What would you like to leave us with today in terms of where you see the greatest opportunity in Agtech to create both social and economic value?
Globally or at the kingdoms?
Globally.
Globally. I think, well, every and each country has its own conditions and politics and economic capabilities and what have you. I think international collaboration is very key to transfer knowledge and to have this platform of where we can actually exchange ideas, exchange practices, failures and successes and what have you. I think this is very important. For example, here in the kingdom, we are privileged with a very good economy. We are exposed to a flood of technology coming from abroad. But for example, for us, what we need is to create, for example, an infrastructure where we can retain the knowledge that comes with these type of technologies, practices, and what have you, and to incubate and then diffuse this knowledge and have this spilling over effect to be able to catch up on the longer term with advanced countries. And I think I'm sure that India has its own circumstances and so on and so forth. But creating these type of international collaboration, maybe through, I don't know, maybe through creating frameworks such as international alliances, or maybe tap on the international, already available international organizations such as the FAO or the other UN subsidiaries. We might be able actually to impact the environment in a positive way on a global scale.
Thank you for that. Thank you very much to my panelists. I think it was a great discussion that we had and a clear theme that came out with regard to the criticality of collaboration to scaling technologies. We know that the adoption rate of any technology and of Agtech technologies in particular is related to the availability of the solution, the return that you get from the use case, and then the change management or uptake that's related. So with that, thank you very much, and we look forward to engaging with you again. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that invigorating session. We now move on to our latest one. If you've ever wondered what the role of the fourth industrial revolution is in reshaping the role of the future, look no further. Here to discuss the pathways to the industrial leadership are Mr. Suleiman Mazrou, CEO of the National Industrial Logistics Program, Michael Sonderby, Managing Director and Senior Partner at BCG, Sirti Kirlikaya, Country Manager, 42 Turkey Country Coordinator, Closing Skills Gap Accelerator, and Vice President at Boon Industry 4.0 Platform, Dr. Majid El-Gwez, Director General of Advanced Manufacturing and Innovation, Ministry of Industry and Mineral Resources. This session will be moderated by Gidri Malenkashti. Please come to the stage. Welcome.
Thank you so much for the introduction. Before we go into the last session of the day, what we were told before we came on stage is that they saved the last session because it's the best session. So we'll try to keep the energy level up. We have a really interesting topic with us, and we have amazing panelists as well. What we will discuss during our session is several things. We will talk about pathways to industrial leadership. We will focus on innovation and what are the prerequisites for successful adoption of the fourth industrial revolution technologies. We will also touch upon what does it take to really bridge the skills gap in the industry. But before we dive into the questions, let me do a bit broader introduction of our panelists today. So on my left, I have Mr. Suleiman Al-Mazroua, the CEO of National Industrial Development and Logistics Program. The program has been started in 2019 and probably doesn't even need a further introduction. It has been championing the development of the industries across the kingdom. I also have Michael Sonderby, the Managing Director and Senior Partner from BCG. He's a seasoned tech builder, a strategist. He actually has spent a fair time in the region as a child in Jeddah, and now is coming back to work on a number of different mega projects and leverage his global experience. With us, we also have Sertaç Şerlikaya, the steering committee member of C4AR Turkey and former advisor of the Minister of Technology. Sertaç is very passionate about skills building in the industry, about building inclusive tech, and one of the things we'll discuss with her today is what does it really take to bridge the skills gap. And last but not least, Dr. Majid Al-Wais, General Manager of Advanced Manufacturing and Innovation in the Ministry of Industry and Mineral Resources, where he's leading the Future Factories program, which has audacious and ambitious goal of 4,000 factories. We'll have to come back to that. Why exactly 4,000? Why not 3,000 or 400? But we'll leave that to later. So just to set the stage and really start touching upon the topics we'll discuss today, and what we want to start with is with you, Dr. Majid. What are the specific innovation and advanced manufacturing priorities that the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia has identified? And maybe how has these priorities changed and evolved? And what is the direction you see them heading?
Okay, Bismillahir-Rahmanir-Rahim. Thank you, first of all, for inviting me to this distinguished panel. Saudi Arabia has several priorities when it comes to advanced manufacturing and innovation. We really want to start with factories, first of all, to adopt technologies. We want them to be, advanced, digitalized, efficient in their operations. Then we take them into a different route where we want them to be a producer of technology, not only a user of technology, and that's where we get them into the innovation cycle. So for advanced manufacturing, we basically want to build the ecosystem. First, one of our first priorities is to get the right digital infrastructure available for factories. We have a smart industrial cities initiative that will help the 40+ industrial cities in Saudi Arabia provide the right infrastructure, digital infrastructure to factories so that they can plug and play advanced solutions. We also have several initiatives that will help factories accelerate adoption. They range from funding, training, awareness, creating a positive competition between factories, and many more initiatives. And then we want to work with the service and technology providers in the kingdom. We believe that they're the key in accelerating the adoption of Industry 4.0 in factories. We actually work very closely with them. If there are any service providers, we really urge you to work with factories. If you find any factories that are hesitant to deploy Industry 4.0 solutions, come to us in the ministry. We will help you convince factories, or even maybe fund or finance these projects. When it comes to innovation, our priorities are, some of them are sector-based and others are horizontal. They touch all sectors. So we have vertical sector priorities such as aerospace and drones, electric vehicles and batteries. We also have priorities in developing the pharmaceutical industry. Desalination, I think His Excellency, our Minister, mentioned it this morning. And then we have other sectors that would serve all other industrial sectors, which are robotics manufacturing, 3D printing and additive manufacturing, advanced materials. We also want to develop technologies locally, industrial AI technologies, smart autonomous factories. Digital twin is also one of the important technologies that we want to have, IoT platforms. And all of this would help factories transform and adopt Industry 4.0 technologies.
Thank you. And I know you and Suleiman work quite closely together, right? So I'll turn to you next. How are these priorities that Dr. Majid just mentioned are enabled by the program you're working with?
Thank you, and so pleased to be on this panel, and thank you for C4IR and WIF for arranging this great event. I've been since morning learning about how 4IR is enabling every sector from space all the way to different industries. Let me go back to Vision 2030, because this is why we all enjoying this initiatives and impact that we are seeing in Saudi Arabia today. Vision 2030 came with many objectives that address social, economical, and culture of Saudi Arabia and transform it to the best that can be done for Saudi. So unlocking the potential, capturing the opportunities, the best use of the geographic location of Saudi Arabia, the great talent we have in Saudi Arabia, every aspect of Saudi Arabia. And NIDLIB with National Industry Development and Logistic Program, one of these programs that aim to transform the kingdom to an industrial powerhouse and a global logistic hub. And better use and unleash the use of our oil and gas and natural resources that we have in Saudi, and of course the geographic location of connecting the three continents through Saudi Arabia. 4IR is our leapfrog opportunities. We want to start where everybody already there. We don't have a huge number of laborers to base our industries on laborers. We are using the Industry 4.0 opportunities to achieve economy of scale through automation and tools that are available on the markets, and also participate in developing the new tools and the new application that drive more solutions and more prosperity to the Saudi Arabia and to the world. And this is another magic point of Vision 2030, that yes, it is for Saudi. However, it's contribute to every challenge and objectives of the international community too. We participate effectively on resilience of the supply chain of the world. We effectively participate on connecting the continents for better supply chain and better connectivities. We contribute on the carbon control, energy efficiency, clean energy, all the aspects that we all work internationally. Saudi has it as embedded in Vision 2030. So that's where every partner is welcome to be part of this new era of Saudi Arabia and Vision 2030.
I think what Future Factories program as well as NIDLIB is doing is really lighthouse initiatives, right? Probably you will not meet anyone in the industry or tech who's not aware of it. And in many ways it is putting the kingdom on the not just regional but really a global map. So turning to you, Michael, you obviously have that global experience working with household names like Maersk, projects in Singapore, what Kingdom is doing, how does that compare to the global trends, and maybe where is the Kingdom standing out?
Yeah, so look, I have the privilege of working with some super exciting corporates across a lot of very interesting industries. You mentioned Maersk, and what we can see is that the Kingdom is very much in line with that thinking and those investments where they see the opportunities. I can mention self-driving vehicles, L4 technology within logistics that will drive efficiency. To your point, Engineer Sulaiman, it really helps to reduce the reliance on labor and drive efficiency and value at the end of the day. So very much the case. And I think also to your point, Guidre, what is really interesting is 10 years ago, one of the first questions when we would come to the Kingdom and work with our partners would be, what is best in class in the world? Now we're being prompted by clients outside of the Kingdom, and they're asking us, what's going on in Saudi? Tell us about the mega projects. Tell us about digital twins. So the dynamic is beginning to change, and it's very much because of a very deliberate, focused investment in technology, but I think taking a holistic perspective to it as well. It's not just technology, it's getting the people, it's getting the incentives, regulations, everything in line to power this and really make it, change essentially the Kingdom for the better.
It's really putting the Kingdom on the global map, right?
Absolutely, no question about it.
And you pointed out to skills, right, and reliance on labor. And Sertaç, I'm turning to you. I know this is the topic you're really passionate about. What does it take to really bridge the skill gaps in the industry, especially maybe, in the sectors like manufacturing in the Kingdom? Here we're privileged. We have really young generation, right? Very tech savvy. That's not necessarily the case in other countries in the region. So what does it take to really upskill?
Thanks for this great question, Gedra. I would like to also thank Dr. Basma for this opportunity to speak here and get inspired from so many global experts. As you said, the skills gap or the talent scarcity is the problem, but it's not the only problem of this area of the developing or emerging countries. It's the problem of the whole world. Even Europe is targeting to educate 2 million coders soon, and West Coast still attracting many talents, tech talents still all around the world. So it is the problem of the world, the tech talent, the skills gaps, which we have to address maybe together. In Turkey, we have initiated a program together with World Economic Forum. It was a closing skills gap accelerator program. It has co-chaired by the Minister of Industry and Technology and chaired by Minister of Industry and Technology and co-chaired by the business leaders all around manufacturing, like automotive, machinery, textile industry leaders. In this accelerator program, we had done a system analysis which shows us what is the skills gap and why. The first problem was there was a mismatch between supply and demand. The company is looking for the talents with different skills, the talents looking for the jobs with different skills, so they were not matching, especially in the manufacturing. It's like they are both speaking different languages. They cannot speak the same language. Especially in manufacturing, the apprenticeship programs, engineering programs, graduating many engineers, many technical people, but they don't want to work in manufacturing. They prefer financial sector, they prefer gaming sectors. So what we come up as a solution for the manufacturing companies is, as Minister in the morning panel has also mentioned, that companies or the ministries or we don't know which technology start from start because it's a huge investment. There are many alternatives. So instead of employing talents, companies prefer to work with startups in different technologies so they can learn from startups. They get the technology people, they learn how to employ them, they learn how to manage them. So with that one, companies also close the skills gap on managing the talent and they can get the skills when they are really ready to employ them. This is one of the things that we have been working on that, and it's getting successful. And on the other hand, like English is the language of the business now, coding is the language of the technology. So if everybody learns coding, everybody has to learn coding like English, because coding is the way you understand the problem, you frame the problem, and you can solve the problem. Not only to write codes for artificial intelligence, but learn how to manage the problems and how to tackle the problems. Coding is also showing a very important framework to work on. So these are the two main areas that I can highlight how to tackle the bridge on skills gap.
I really like how you refer to coding as the new English, a new common language of the industry, right? And Dr. Majid, 4,000 factories, enabling, digitalizing them. How is the Future Factory program contributing to bridging the skills gap? And obviously you work a lot with smaller factories, right? SMEs, where the challenges then it comes to skills are also a bit different.
Okay, maybe just a quick comment on the answer. I remember they used to say if you want to understand something really well, you have to teach it. I think now it's, if you want to understand even at a different, at a better level or a higher level, you have to code it. Yeah, so back to the question. This is actually the first question we get in the Future Factories program. Why are we targeting 4,000 factories? Actually, we're not targeting 4,000 factories. We're targeting all factories in the kingdom. But we wanted to find what is the right tipping point in terms of numbers of factories that would help change the culture and get all factories in the transformation cycle. So we looked at several studies and we found out that 30% is usually 30% of the population is usually the tipping point that will enable you to change the culture and have the transformation become organic. And that's where the 4,000 factories figure came from. The Future Factories program is really a journey that we take factories through that's composed of several steps, starting with assessing the digital maturity of factories, then helping them develop their digital strategy and transformation roadmap, and then helping them again execute this roadmap. Afterwards, we do another digital maturity assessment, find out if they've accomplished their targets, and if they eventually become advanced factories, we would document this journey and share it with other factories as success stories. Some factories become extremely advanced that we would take them into a different program, which is the Lighthouse Factory program, to have them international lighthouses. So that's the journey. We have lots of incentives, from measuring the maturity of factories. We use SIRI, the Smart Industry Readiness Index. We also have incentives for developing the roadmaps. We bring a consultant that goes to factories and helps them identify their priorities and choose the right projects. We also finance and fund the projects, and we also do the documentation for them. And the ministry does all the tweets about the factory maturity and promotes their transformation. Regarding skills, there are variations really in the skills we found in the market. There are, let's say, different challenges based on the different sectors and different factories. The large factories, we're not too concerned about them. As you mentioned, we're more concerned about SMEs. They have, the biggest challenges, and they're the ones that need support from the government. Some of them have more basic challenges, such as operational excellence and lean manufacturing practices. So we help them by providing support for adopting lean manufacturing practices and training their human capital in lean manufacturing. Some factories have gone beyond this point but are facing challenges with automation, control, connectivity. So we also offer these, if you will, Industry 3.0 solutions for factories to help them automate until they get to the Industry 4.0 level, where they need support in AI solutions, advanced robotic solutions, 3D printing. So we also have a program for this. So you could classify it as intermediate or beginner, intermediate, and advanced. We have found certification programs for all of these levels. We worked with the Human Resource Development Fund to create programs that would train factory employees to become certified in these disciplines. We also looked at the need of the technology providers. So we found another gap in Saudi Arabia. We do not have a sufficient number of assessors to assess factory maturity using the Smart Industry Readiness Index method. So we worked with NIDLIP. Actually, NIDLIP funded the opening of a training center in Saudi Arabia, enrolling the companies to train their employees, and we're training 100 employees to become certified in factory assessments.
That's really interesting, and I guess the digitalization is never finished, right? Because as soon as you do something, there's new technology that's emerging, so you're kind of always lagging a bit behind. And I think we know a lot of factories are implementing digital twins, among other things, and now generative AI is coming up, and they're thinking, how do we integrate that to the work we've been doing, right? And Michael, again, tapping into your global experience, what does it take to really facilitate successful innovation? Any global projects of what other companies, other industries have done, and what have they done right?
Look, I think the key question is really around adoption. How do you make sure that whatever the technology that you have is relevant, drives value, and is being used? I mean, lots of great technology is being developed, and it doesn't really add much, and therefore it just slowly withers away. I think we also need to just split that view in terms of there's three distinct steps when we talk about technology. There's an innovation space or phase. There's an incubation phase when we're trying to then take the idea, create something out of it, and then there's a commercialization phase. Across those three different steps, different things are needed. So if I give you an example of what has worked really well, actually BCG worked very closely in Singapore with the EDB, Economic Development Board, and essentially we helped set up an ecosystem of partners that would then leverage the funding of the EDB to go out to corporates and then help overcome the innovation problem, because they were successful, but they were not really being incentivized to really take that step and figure out how do we now take it to the next level. So that was a big unlock, and a lot of products and ventures were launched on the back of that, and again created confidence in the ecosystem that this could be done more broadly. That's one very good one when it comes to innovation and incubations. If you look at the commercialization side, you can look at, for example, Cambridge Enterprise, really sitting in the middle between academia, industry, and investors. They are the ones that really incentivize a lot of the IP within Cambridge University to engage, overcome some of the smaller hurdles around what model do we need, do we get the funding to really get started, really get the wheels rolling, but also open the doors for a lot of the industry players who are interested. Now, it is a bit confined because it is largely alumni, but a lot of industry players are super interested in this, because this is not just the best UK talent, this is the best global talent that is developing some extremely exciting IP, and then Cambridge actually also puts skin in the game, invests money in it, and is part of exits. So many VCs would be looking at this, and in terms of the returns, and saying, look, not only are we motivating, incentivizing our academia to focus on the right short, mid, and long-term opportunities, but we're also generating a real value to the overall ecosystem, and of course to the university to then reinvest in it. So that's a very mutually beneficial one. Those are, of course, two public examples. We can also see at the corporate level, we've been working with private equity funds like OTPP in Canada, and essentially what they said is that we have a portfolio of companies also within industry, and they're not really moving fast enough. So there we help sort of build that capability, but again, it needs to be a mix of funding, having the right ideas that you can invest in, and then of course building an ecosystem of other partners around it to really further it. Of course, this was within a private equity portfolio, but again, this is now something which is really driving a lot of value, innovation, and cooperation between the different companies, which didn't happen before because there is similar solutions platforms that they can now adopt at a portfolio level essentially as well. So it really is, I mean, I prefer to say symbiotic than synergetic because there's an element of organic in it and not so mechanical, and that really is a very organic element that really is building up. So I think there's lots of great examples, and we can also see it in the kingdom. It's really beginning to pick up speed with a lot of the large corporates here.
I think both Future Factory and Nidlib is a good also example, right, of private-public cooperation. And turning to you, Sertaç, what are the examples from Turkey? What is Turkey doing when it comes to facilitating public-private academia collaboration, something we can get inspired from?
I would like to give two examples to this question. One is about the skills development side, and one is about the manufacturing and 5G side. We are conducting Technofest for 6 years now. Technofest is a technology festival on aerospace and robotics. It has been managed by a private foundation. Ministries are also supporting that festival, and private companies as well. This year, around 30,000 teams has attended to the festival. It's all competition about high tech and the solution and the problems of the world and Turkey as well. As you know, we had the earthquake. Most of the problems of this year was coming from earthquake. In Technofest, it is open to all individuals from secondary schools to high school, universities, startups. Everybody can make up a team and attend those competitions. Companies define the problems. I think for the public-private partnership is the defining problem is the key. If you define the problem, you can find the correct partnership and the governance. So private companies define the problems, and the competitors attending to this festival trying to find the solution. Since 6 years now, there are so many startups has been established. They got investment on their projects. There are lots of STEM students coming from this festival, and also some of the companies are recruiting from this festival. The ones who are attending, for example, robotics competition or natural language processing competition, and the companies working on these areas are recruiting from these ones. So it is a very good example of public-private partnership, I suppose. Academia is always there to mentorship the attendees. And the other one is, I want to give an example, is about manufacturing. 5G, implementation of 5G was still a big question because it requires lots of investment. But in manufacturing, especially when you use lots of robots, there is a need for 5G. So we have, together with Arçelik, it's the leader in wife goods, Nokia and Turkish Telecom, we made a team, and Arçelik defined the real problems of the facility, of the manufacturing area. And we have opened these problems to the startups. But not surprising, startups are not close to manufacturing because they don't know what is going on in manufacturing mostly. So we invited startups working on high tech and the 5G, and we gave trainings to them about what is manufacturing, what is 5G, what is entrepreneurship. And 35 startups has applied, around 15 of them has passed the elections, and they had very good solutions through 5G to the manufacturing problems. And they also applied some incentive programs of the government. So the other success of this program was about the program management. So you should define the problem, make everyone, public, private, or academia, come together, and you should also manage it properly as a project, as a program, in order to success. I think these are the two keys that makes the public-private partnership work better and success.
I think TechFest is a great example of connecting startups, right, talent, to the funding, to the problem, because at the end of the day, for the startups to succeed, they need a real world problem to solve. But we know that talent and funding is not enough, right? We need some policies in place as well that kind of connect the two. And turning to you, Dr. Majid, what are the policy frameworks and initiatives the Kingdom has already put in place to facilitate that, especially the innovation in advanced manufacturing?
Okay, so we classify policies into push and pull policies. So when we talk about push policies, they're the policies and initiatives that we implement in order to incentivize factories to transform. So we have policies for financing and funding transformations. We have policies for developing the human capital in manufacturing. We provide different services that would make it beneficial for factories to transform. But we also have pull policies where we want factories to make their own initiatives and try to get the support in order to transform. So we do it by linking some of the government services with the maturity of these factories. So we have set a minimum maturity for factories that we want factories, whether they're existing or new entrants to the industry, to have. So we have based some of the incentives in the government, land allocation, some of the equipment specifications, requirements for funding, with the factory maturity. So that would help factories want to transform if they want to get all the benefits from the government. We then also have a set of enablers that would be required for factories to become advanced and transform. We're talking about, for example, cybersecurity. It's a big enabler. We have cybersecurity, especially OT, operational technology cybersecurity policies, legal frameworks for Industry 4.0, technologies, of course technology standards and regulations also have to be in place for factories to transform. When it comes to innovation, we also have policies to collaborate with universities. We have a program that we launched last year, which is the RAFID program. This program aims at creating advanced and innovative factories within university campuses. So the idea is or the analogy is what you have in medical schools. You usually have they usually collaborate with a university hospital. It's a fully functioning hospital that provides all services, but it also does research and does training. So we want to do something similar with STEM departments. Why don't they have a fully functioning factory that produces whatever this STEM department is focused on, but in the same time, it could work on prototyping and testing new products. It can train students. It could do research with the universities. So this is a new program that we're trying to, or it's a new approach really to engage universities. We already signed MOUs with 5 universities for the RAFID program, and we have 3 universities that will be shortly announced.
This is really exciting, and of course we're talking about what's coming up, what's in place. I'm turning to you, Suleiman. What additional initiatives could help organizations in responsible adoption of 4AR technologies?
Well, we need to first establish that government should do government job and private sector should do private sector job. So we should not change the DNA of each. While doing that, we still need to communicate. And the only way to communicate is to understand the other party interests. And when it comes to private sector, it's clear that minimizing the risk, amplifying the return is the key to achieve result. Growth is the key to their interest. So developing the right support, the right enablement to make sure that they achieve their targets, their revenue, their profits, while helping the economy of the country. That's a key role of Vision 2030. And in addition to the 12 initiatives that's running now in Saudi Arabia, from awareness all the way to financial enablement, support, and developing the right tools. We still think that the private sector should decide what type of Industry 4.0 solution they need to provide to their factories. And productivity, efficiency, operation excellence, marketing, warehousing, delivery to the customers, penetration of different markets, all that's still his role, coming with the new technologies, and Industry 4.0 should be his mean to achieve that targets. I would like to just highlight two main initiatives that we are working now to enable investors and entrepreneurs, factory owners in Saudi, to how they achieve their targets. The first one is a network of capability centers. We established 5 capability centers around the kingdom, one in Neom, one in King Abdullah University, KAUST in Jeddah or Thewal, 2 in Riyadh, one in KAXT, just a corner to this place, and one in the industrial city in Riyadh, and also one in Spark in Eastern Province near to Aramco. These 5 capability centers provide many services, but mainly the 4 services of consulting, showcases, providing ability to develop use cases, and of course helping different factories to deploy solutions with more discounted prices, if I may say, with the collaboration for different service providers. I think we have heard today many of these centers around the world, but the key advantage that we added to our way of doing it is that these 5 centers are integrated to one platform. So they act as a one center even though they are in 1,000 miles away from each other. And that gives the advantage of that a use case in Neom can be utilized in Dhahran and the other way around. The training, the showcases, and the consultancy that can be provided across these 5 centers, taking advantage of being close to university, close to Aramco, for example, as the giant oil and energy company, or close to Neom, where is the most sustainable human development city. That's one initiative that we are working on, and it's with collaboration with KAXT and other entities that we are proud of, and we think that it will have a major impact to Saudi Arabia and, of course, in the future to connect with other capability centers around the world. The second initiatives that we also proud of is the way we are trying to develop a full framework with Neom to take factories to lighthouses. I think that's a breakthrough ideas that we are developing with the Ministry of Industry and Neom to actually, of course, we are running it through now WIF to be enabled by WIF to other countries. But the key of that and how to take factories to the shortcut to the lighthouses. And this is, I think, a breakthrough idea and a breakthrough framework that will have a huge development. We only have a few lighthouses around the world, and with this framework we can take in a parallel program many of them to lighthouses as quickly as 2030.
Nidlib obviously have been already really successful with the work you're doing. If it's one takeaway very briefly for others setting up similar programs, either here in the kingdom or other places, what has been the, let's say, the secret ingredient for your success? What's the key takeaway?
it's very unfair to have one pillar that contributed the most to the successful of Vision 2030, but I will mention three of them quickly. The first one is the belief system. The belief system of the leadership on Saudi Arabia that can achieve these high targets was a key for all of us to align. The second one is the comprehensive. This is not a government vision, it's a vision for the government, the private sector, the non-profit. Anyone who is living in Saudi Arabia can actually participate in Vision 2030. And that's a key advantage, made all the engines work together to achieve Vision 2030. The third one, I think, the right governance that aligned our government to be agility. Agility is a key for the way that we deal with every aspect of the objectives that we need to achieve, and the ability to provide the support right away. Usually, in any government, used to take a lot of steps to achieve some of movement. With Vision 2030, we have this agility and ability through a very innovative governance that was established with Vision 2030. I think that will be the third pillar, in my opinion, the governance, the belief system of the leadership and the ability of Saudi Arabia and of its people. And of course, the comprehensive of having every international partner can contribute to this vision with us.
I think this is something that's really unique in the kingdom, because here you have the government really leading the way and the rest of us, like myself in the private sector, trying to catch up, right? And this is what really kind of puts Saudi Arabia in the leader's position, because in many other places, you always have private sector saying the government is not doing enough, they don't understand. Here it's really not the case. And talking about success stories, Dr. Majid, we need to hear some success stories from your program. What are the few really successful examples that stand out, or what you've done that you want to share with the audience to inspire?
Sorry. We've seen a lot of success stories. It's difficult to choose among the success stories. Obviously, a lot of factories have started, innovating and going into new business models. The most prevalent being additive manufacturing versus conventional manufacturing. There are several applications that are, becoming more popular, such as spare parts manufacturing, customized medical parts and implants. We're also seeing digital twin become more popular. Actually, one of the SMEs, it was surprising because usually digital twin, I usually see it only in large companies, but one of the SMEs had modeled all of their products as a digital twin before manufacturing them. But then they went to the extra step. They said, why don't we model the manufacturing process? So they went ahead and they built, the production line, and that gave them even more insight. So when they did the production line, they found out that, for example, some of the raw material is not standard in order to produce this product. So they went again and redesigned the product. So they did all of these iterations digitally or virtually before even making a single investment. And it takes really, a short time to do this. So instead of, building a plant and iterating, the mistakes and fixing it, while you're constructing it, they do everything virtually using, software, digital models. That would, reduce cost, help them get the right product, from the first try. One other example that we saw that was really amazing was from a factory that had a lot of employees, low-skilled employees in their packaging and handling of their final products. There were a lot of labor carrying packaging and carrying boxes to trucks and doing all these manual stuff. Our then Vice Minister visited this factory and he was upset when he saw it, and he told the owner that this is not acceptable. You have to do something about it. It has to be automated. So the owner of the factory looked for solutions. He looked online. He talked to companies, and he put a number of robots and assembly lines, and he was able to reduce the number of employees from 96 to 4. Which is amazing. It was almost 95% reduction in labor. And that shows you the amount of efficiency enhancement you can do. And in Saudi Arabia, manufacturing is not very attractive to Saudis because, or let's say the low labor or low skilled jobs are not very attractive because most of the graduates look for higher skilled jobs, higher paying jobs, and by reducing 96 jobs to 4 jobs that are highly skilled, operating robots and monitoring the automated production lines, you can pay Saudis. It would be safer, it would be more efficient, and you would attract, people that are looking for these high skilled jobs.
We're talking digital twins, we're talking robots, a lot of exciting technology. I know we're starting to run out of time, so now the lightning round and 30 seconds each. What's the most exciting emerging technology, one technology that you have believe in really changing and transforming the industries going forward? Michael, we'll start with you.
I'm going to piggyback on the digital twin. I think it's at a macro level, at a micro level, it will make things easier, simpler, more efficient, whether it's on the financial side, sustainability side. It's also one of the trickier ones where legislation and ethical use of the technology in a sort of societal perspective also comes into play. How do we make it fair for everybody? How do we make sure that the jobs lost are being reskilled? So the holistic approach to transformation that we've been hearing about today, I think is the absolutely right one. We have in BCG, when we do digital transformations with corporates, a 10-20-70 rule. 10% is the quality of the code, the brain, if you could say. 20% is the technology where you deploy it. 70% is change management. And when we think about the different topics that have been discussed today, importance of education, importance of diversity, sustainability, I think that all feeds into this. And the maturity of the discussion today also shows that we're talking adoption, not just having a great idea, but how do we make it useful and valuable for the employers and employees and then society at large. So long-winded way of saying digital twin.
So for the audience, if you want to talk digital twin, you have the right person on the panel. Sertaç, turning to you, what's the most exciting technology you believe will change the industry?
It's very hard to say. I mean, the AI is changing most of the things and making our life more easier, decision making more easier. But I believe that we shouldn't leave this decision to the technologists, because the problems are the problems of the society, problems of the business, or problems of the policymakers. So they should be deciding on which technology is the future technology instead of the technologists. But before deciding on technology, all the business people, all the policy making people, they have to have digital dexterity. Then they can decide on which technology to move on.
Suleiman, what's the technology you would pick?
It's very hard to pick one technology. It's never been a technology that changed the industry. It's always the human innovation that actually use multiple technology to do that. But I would pick that the combination of AI, space internet, and blockchain working together, they will change the world with innovative young male and female driving this innovation to human development.
As you say, technology is a tool, right? And you need the talent to really put it to use. Dr. Majid, what would you pick? What do you believe most in, and what's the most exciting that's coming up in tech now for you?
I think there are a lot of great technologies out there, but they're not fully utilized. So that's why I would pick a technology that would make use of all of these technologies, which is the IoT platform. When you go to OT or operation technology, it's not like IT. It's not standard. It's not standardized. There are lots of vendors. Sometimes you have vendor-specific solutions. They do not communicate in the right way. So getting an IoT platform would, link all of this data, get everything in one, one platform, provide solutions that use data from different systems, and it would essentially add AI and different, technologies to otherwise dumb solutions. It would put them on steroids. So I would go with the IoT platform.
A nice choice. I think as we discussed today, technology is a prerequisite, right? Choosing the right technology to solve the right problems. You need the right collaboration between the public and the private sector. You need the right investments. But at the end of the day, human capital is key. So no industry transformation, no manufacturing, public sector transformation will happen without the right talent in place that's empowered to do the right thing. So I would like to thank my panelists for joining today, for their remarks, for interesting discussion. And we would like to wrap up with this. Thank you.
What an interesting topic. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen, for being a part of this amazing day that is full of innovation. I'm going to reintroduce Dr. Basma back here on the stage to give the closing remarks. Thank you for being so attentive. This has been an amazing day. Noor Nugli, Arab News.
Good evening, distinguished guests and participants. As we come to the end of this insightful and thought-provoking event, we'd like to express our gratitude to all the distinguished speakers, panelists, and participants who've contributed their valuable insights and ideas throughout the day. It's been an honor to witness the exchange of knowledge and the vibrant discussions that have taken place. Today we've explored how we can harness the transformative power of the fourth industrial revolution to foster innovation, stimulate economic growth, and advance the global sustainable development goals. We've also delved into the pressing challenges and opportunities that emerge at the nexus of innovation and global partnerships. The diverse perspectives shared by our esteemed speakers have shed light on the immense potential that lies ahead of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia in becoming a leader in early technology adoption for sustainable economic growth. It's an imperative for both governmental and private sector entities worldwide to collaboratively sculpt the supportive regulatory and policy frameworks that foster innovation, safeguard intellectual property, and incentivize research and development, thereby nurturing an environment ripe for the flourishing of innovation. But our mission doesn't end here. We must underscore the relevance and impact of the work we embark upon. As champions of emerging technologies governance, the Center for the Fourth Industrial Revolution, Saudi Arabia, is dedicated to maximizing technological benefits for our society while mitigating potential risks. We're building a community of experts to support the development of regulatory frameworks aligned with Vision 2030, partnering with government and private sector entities to address the challenges and opportunities presented by emerging technologies. Thank you once again for your active participation and for making this innovation forum a resounding success. And thank you for the invaluable support of the World Economic Forum and the Center's partners, and to Boston Consulting Group, our knowledge partners. Until we meet again, we wish you all the best in your future endeavors, and we look forward to witnessing the remarkable achievements that lie ahead. And I wish you all a wonderful evening. Thank you.
Thank you.